hell is wrong with this thing? All right, give me a couple minutes. Anybody that's tuned in, I'm trying to get my horizontal stream going, and we should be on momentarily. So bear with me for a couple minutes as I get the last bit of the stream going. You know, the crazy thing is that's one of the most challenging things is getting all the equipment online simultaneously, especially when you're getting fucking old and your eyes are going bad. All right, so I got my TikTok is always ready to go. So give me about a minute and we should be on air. Oops, let me see. We should be on air in about a minute here. Just want to make sure I got all of the settings turned on so you guys can respond in kind. And let me see if that does it. Okay, give me the okay, Apple. That's a few of you guys already tuned in. As you can clearly see what we're going to be talking about. President Trump in the 51st state. But there's a lot more to it than that. But let me go ahead and make sure I plug in my final charger for my third device, and we'll queue up TikTok momentarily. Okay, so we got all devices are online, horizontal, horizontal, vertical, and TikTok. Okay, and we are going live in 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Um, there's no denying that Trump seems to be. I think what he's trying to do, if you have to ask me, I think that he is trying to achieve quite a bit by way of bluffing. I think that he is literally trying to bluff his way to glory, whether it's the tariffs, whether it's threatening. Um, he's talking to Greenland certain ways. I mean, now keep in mind his threats were quite successful with both NATO. This is for his first term. During his first term, his threats were quite successful in getting NATO member nations to fork up their defense budget or beef up their defense budget, and the Iranian deal. He got us out of the Iranian deal with essentially no loss to America. So his brash way of handling things, almost bully style, has been successful. And I want to run this by you because I think he might be on the cusp of being very, very successful again. Whereas already both Canada and Mexico are beefing up their border security. Is it because Trump threatened tariffs? Yes, no, depending on how you're looking at it. But they weren't doing it during Biden. They didn't do this stuff during Biden. So even before Trump gets in the White House, he does appear to be moving and shaking a lot of shit, and people are taking note of that. The countries he's talking about are making changes. Now, also, what I want to talk about is, and we'll go into the actual topics. President Trump had, I believe, is Trudeau from. Oops, didn't want to hit that. Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, was apparently at Mar-a-Lago today. So Trudeau of Canada was down in Mar-a-Lago, and Trump is threatening, or better yet, offering Canada a significant reduction in taxes if they'll allow themselves to become the 51st state. Is that some kind of comedy? Trump has been talking about obviously taking Greenland, obviously potentially controlling the Panama Canal again. Now he's joking about making Canada the 51st state. So one of our topics right off the bat we normally have two topics. This is kind of a third topic. Do you see Trump as possibly even remotely trying to be on some sort of land grab where he is trying to expand the size of America, Greenland, Canada, additional control down in Panama? Is President Trump trying to expand the size of America? because he is literally talking about, taking upon operations in several countries at once. Now, remember, Trump promised he's going to end the Ukrainian-Russian war in 24 hours, even before becoming president. He was going to end the Israeli conflict in the Middle East. But it sounds like he's expanding conflicts. It sounds like he's doing the exact opposite of what he promised. So I do want to ask you folks, does it appear as if Trump may be on some sort of a land grab? And I see in the comments, Cambezy says, why not Mexico? Well, you do have a lot of folks, a lot of MAGA are online on social media pages putting this map up that they call Greater America, which includes America, in addition to all of these new territories like Greenland, Canada, potentially Mexico, Panama, and all these other countries. So it's Trump on a land grab because a hell of a lot of his supporters are loving it, as McDonald's would say. I'm loving it. So his supporters are like, so we're going to talk about that. Also, what I want to talk to you folks is about, Trump made a host of promises of things that he was going to do on day one. Legislation, rule changes, pardoning the J6 protesters. I mean, he's constantly using the phrase on day one. So what we're going to talk about, I want to run by you, is I want to hear from you in regards to something you are really hoping Trump does on day one and something you really hope he does not do on day one, which is why the live stream is titled Trump Day One Do's and Don'ts. Is there anything that you're hoping he really does not do on day one, and maybe he even indicated he might do? Trump Day One Do's and Don'ts. So we're going to talk about that. And last but not least, this is in line with what I've been speaking on. Now, obviously, he talked about meeting with Trudeau and making Canada the 51st state. We talked about that. But here's what I want to run by you folks. Trump has been promising to secure this nation from day one, to protect the border, to make this nation safe, to even build a wall on the southern border. Now, I don't know if he's ever talked about building a wall on the northern border, but he clearly wants to do it on the southern border, up to and including already had the materials purchased at the end of his first term. Biden is selling those materials off. That's a whole different conversation, but he purchased the materials for the southern border. Yet he's meeting with the Prime Minister of Canada, offering them to become the 51st state. I want to ask, does it appear as if Trump is viewing the southern border negatively and more favorable to the northern border? I called it Northern Pride in one of my videos. I did a video on it. I'm trying to figure out how you're going to build a wall on the southern border. You don't sound favorable to any of the countries south of the border at all, but you're talking about potentially making Canada the 51st state. Am I hearing some sort of pseudo border patrol or border protection discrimination where you're favorable to one and not the other? Favorable to Canada, favorable to the northern border, but really concerned about the southern border. So I do want to run that all by you folks. As always, you know how the program is ran. We do not block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section up to and including the host. We are MAGA friendly. We've been that way since day one. Always has been, always will be MAGA friendly. In fact, MAGA are always my preferred guest. I don't get as many of them on nowadays, but MAGA has always been a preferred guest, so understand that. We don't block, ban, or censor. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. Everybody gets to speak. That's how free speech works. So looking straight in the comments, asking you folks, do you see where Trump may be on a land grab? All of these countries. I mean, not only did we talk about Greenland, Mexico, Canada, taking control of the Panama Canal, he's also stated that for countries that will not accept their illegal immigrants back, they're going to create a dumping ground. Those countries are Bahamas, Grenada, once again, Panama, and right now my mind is drawing a blank. Turks and Caicos. Those four countries, they have stated, will be in contention as places to put immigrants if their host nation does not take them back. Because countries like China and Venezuela have stated we're not taking anybody back that went there. So if you don't, if Venezuela or China won't take you back, we'll put your ass in Turks and Caicos, or we'll put you over in the Bahamas, or we'll put you in Panama. You may not speak the language, you may not know nothing about the culture or anything, but you're getting out of the United States. So I want to run all of that by you folks, and we'll go straight to the comments based on that. You don't prefer MAGA, you agree and call quickly. You don't prefer MAGA. You are okay. This is what Jeanette says. She's referring to me, and you know I'm always open to criticism. Jeanette says you do not prefer MAGA, suggesting I don't prefer MAGA. I always say the program is MAGA friendly, and I stand by that statement. Damn it! But one of my viewers is saying, no, you don't prefer MAGA. You argue and end the call quickly. You know, oddly enough, I get a hell of a lot of liberals that say the same thing. You let MAGA talk all the time, but then when one of us get on here, you don't take. I had someone tell me just yesterday, you always giving Trump the benefit of the doubt, but you're hammering Biden. This is what happens when you play in the middle, folks. Both sides think you're full of shit. But thank you, Janae, for the comment. I welcome your criticism, compliments, complaints anytime. But it is like that. Just yesterday, somebody told me I give Trump way too much of the benefit of the doubt. And I get people who call me MAGA, but here's somebody that say you're not MAGA friendly. So it goes both ways. Michael, yes, you did say that. Michael in the comments said, in Steve Urkel's style, did I say that? I think Steve Urkel says that I do that, but something like that. Yeah, let me go to the box. Speaking of which, one of my subscribers is right there, Michael indeed. Good evening, Michael.
Yeah, I probably said that.
I'm being told I don't give MAGA the time of day. All I do is argue and get off the line with them.
Man, they don't pay that. They don't look at the comments because they've been calling you cool and everything for the last 6-9 months.
Yeah,
the different people. So it is what it is. Like, everybody has an opinion about something.
Yeah.
By the way, I saw that video you made earlier when you had. Was that a fur coat you had?
No. No, Santa Claus, as they always say, Santa gave me a Sherpa robe. So you see me wearing a robe.
I saw you looking like Linnae. My name is Linnae. You don't know why you do that. You know.
Oh my God!
People don't understand our culture. That's what we do. We play dozens all the time. So when you had on that Lenny coat from Good Times, you know somebody's gonna say something.
Well, I would like to be in more in the tradition of Hugh Hefner. Maybe you could call me Leroy Hefner. I prefer that.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on there. Ain't no telling what's going on at HESPOT. But hey, to answer your question about the borders, what's just racism? But we don't have to talk about that.
Well, yeah, we do. Explain what you mean. Some folks, you can't just throw the racism word out there. Explain what you're trying to say.
Okay. Well, we talk about it every time, so I probably sound like a broken record.
I get new viewers every program. So
This is true. So when you vilify and you demonize the black and brown people from the southern border, and we talked about this even when he posted that picture telling people this is what your community would look like when there's black and brown folks, and here's what your community would look like when the border is closed. You remember that picture?
No, I do not.
Yeah. And it was one side, it was all black and brown folk tearing up the neighborhood, and then it was a split image on the picture. It was on True Social months ago. And then the other side, it was a white picket fence and the houses in the neighborhoods on. You never saw that?
No, I did not see that.
Yeah, I have to go.
Wow. So you seen that Trump posted a picture suggesting that the difference in how your neighborhood would be if you lived in a white neighborhood versus a white country versus a black country.
Well, he was saying, here's what your neighborhood will look like if we don't get these people out.
Okay.
And here's what. Yeah. You never saw that picture?
I may have, but it doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah. I'm about to look it up, but
I'm dying to see
it around here,
but keep
and
going.
I'll send it to you.
All right, keep going.
But anyway, I mean, and so when you talk about the northern border, it just that's what he does when he talks about immigrants. He doesn't talk about people from other countries. He doesn't. Arsha Fine saw it. He doesn't talk about other people from other countries. He just talks about black and brown countries and black and brown immigrants, period. He doesn't talk about overstayed visas. He doesn't talk about those things. He doesn't. That's why they're fighting right now. See, did you talk about that before I got on?
What do you
talk
mean?
about Vivek and Elon
No,
Musk?
yeah, I know we haven't talked about that, but yes, I understand what you're talking about. Vivek and Elon Musk want to let immigrants in to take certain jobs, and a lot of MAGA is not having it.
Right. Well, why would they? Why would they when their message has been the opposite?
Yeah.
This has been my point the entire time, Tim. Yeah. You can't be mad at people, you know, whether I agree with your racism or not. That's one thing, because whether I can change that, that's not even when they expect certain things from him based on his rhetoric, period. Whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, they expect. You said you're going to deport all these people. You can't possibly be talking about immigrants coming into the country. You can't possibly be having that conversation.
Well, right? I mean, and that's what the left has been saying all along, that if you deport as many people as you're talking about, there's going to be a lot of industries that are going to be hurting. And people like Elon Musk and people like Vivek Ramaswamy, who are closer to the business world probably than even Trump, because Trump has been a politician for the last 10 years or so, they realize, like, especially Elon, they probably realize what you said sounded great. He got you elected and all that shit, but cut it out now. You won, because you are going to destroy some industries.
Right. Even Elon said something to the effect that basically Vivek, and so this was a video that he posted a while back. This is something he released a while back where he was basically saying, and I'm paraphrasing, but you can look it up or I can look it up for you. You know, basically Americans have not been preparing themselves to be great. They're accepting being mediocre. That's why we need immigrants coming over from overseas that are more educated and more prepared.
How do you know the thing about it is? I'd be curious, because I know Elon Musk is a citizen of the U.S., but he was born in South Africa. I'm wondering, how old was he when he came here? Because he's obvious. I mean, he could be more foreign than people are giving him credit for. I mean, I'd be curious to know, how old was he when he came to America? Because we've adopted him into the upper echelons of U.S. politics. And because I seen the comments, Janae responded with, they can't speak our language, and, they got a different culture referring to immigrants. I'm like, Elon may have plenty of that inside of him too.
100%. But this nation was built on immigrants. Yeah. What are we talking about here?
But keep in mind, even though we were built on immigrants, and even though maybe we treated some immigrants a little bit better than the others, America has been anti-immigrant no matter who you are. We weren't friendly to the Irish, the Italians, the Polish. We wouldn't let the Jews in after the Holocaust. We weren't friendly to the Chinese. I always use the same example each time of it takes one to know one. I think it's because we know what we did when we were let in as immigrants. We are by far the worst group of immigrants to ever come to this country. The natives let us in, and we did all of the things that Trump suggested immigrants are going to do: bring diseases, commit crimes, rapes, and murders, trying to take over. We did all of that when we got here. So I think that's right. The reason why we are hesitant to let other groups in, because we know what happened when they let us in.
You're not going to get any pushback from me that's the feelings. But the sad part is that's not the history that is being taught. That's the history that they want to take out of classes. Those are the things they want to take away. And I told you this before. All it will take is 2 generations of not knowing,
and it's gone.
That history will be
gone.
And it's gone, right? And so when they get upset about, every time they demonize something woke, and this is what people, hopefully they're listening. When you hear about somebody demonizing things like woke and DEI, just do a little history and ask yourself why. But that's not what people do. They just take it and they run with it. If they did a little research, they would understand why, because if you can convince people that it's a detriment to them, especially white people, then they will completely just draw a line in the sand and go away from it.
Well, I will say this: no matter how anti-woke you are, or no matter how much you hate DEI or CRT or any of that stuff, I don't think any group of people in this country are hesitant to admit that a lot of our history was deliberately taught inaccurately. No matter what side of the aisle you're on, I think that is something we can all agree on, is that there was a deliberate intention to teach history in this country inaccurately for most of this country's history.
Do you think that they freely? Well, do you think
they admit it? They admit it. They just don't want to change it.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good point. I mean, I haven't heard too many people, not on this app. I haven't heard too many accept it. I haven't heard too many accept it. By the way, Gen X finally said something last night that I agreed with. So shout out to Gen X.
The death penalty?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yep. I agree. I actually agree. I was like, okay, he does have a little conscience and common sense. I know he just be talking shit half the time, but that was good to hear.
Well, but, unfortunately, Trump has promised to reinstate the federal death penalty expeditiously. The minute he's back in office, he's going to reinstate it. So that's only going to be short-lived.
Well, no, yeah. Unfortunately. So. But when we talked about, yesterday we were talking about how far or how soon do we think this honeymoon with Elon and Trump is going to last? And my prediction was maybe March of next year, but it's probably
soon. Damn.
It's probably going to implode sooner than that, but I was saying March.
You're only giving their friendship till the spring, not even to the spring, huh?
I'm not. And the only reason I say that is Trump is dealing with somebody he's never had to deal with before.
Wow.
His money, Trump's money doesn't matter to Elon. And Elon doesn't have a problem expressing and opening his mouth and saying what he thinks and what he feels.
Well, and that's what I said. They're both alpha males. They're both excessively wealthy, and they're both alpha males. There's plenty of room to clash.
Yeah, and so right now, Musk and Vivek are clashing, right? But I mean, you didn't read that today?
No, I didn't. Yeah, I know the whole thing about wanting to let immigrants in, but I thought Vivek and Elon was on the same side of that.
Not according to what they were going back and forth with on social media, and then Laura Loomer came out and said that
I heard about that.
That Elon banned her from and I don't know if that's true or not, but my point is this is all public infight.
But wait a minute, are you sure that some of this ain't just the liberals trying to stoke division between the Trump camp?
There you go, man.
I gotta ask.
We're just sitting in the stands watching. Yeah. We're just sitting in the stands watching. Nobody's asked. This was Laura came out and said that.
Yeah, but but the liberals are calling him President Musk and all of this shit. That you do admit some of that's the liberals trying to create division, right?
Oh, potentially. I mean, they're trolling from that perspective, but that has nothing to do with these two, Vivek and Elon, going at it on social media today. That has nothing to do with it. And
that's crazy. They shouldn't even have their fucking business out there. If you got it, Trump should get on the phone and tell both of them, if you guys got any issue, I mean, I hate to sound like a drug dealer or some shit, but if you guys got a problem, you come to me. You don't go talk, don't put our business out on the streets. You come to me and we sit down and have a conversation. I mean, there's no way they should be fighting on social media like that.
Do you think that Elon would listen to that?
Make up some kind of fucking offer. I don't know. I mean, we know.
But I told you the other night, what can he? If he's a businessman and he's as smart as we think he is, there's an ROI he's expecting on his investment, and one of them is not to be silenced. I guarantee you that.
Then you come to him in that manner. Listen, I know can't nobody tell you shit. You got all the money in the world, whatever. But I just need to know what can I do to make it so you come to me with your problems and you don't go on social media. Is that going to be an issue? I mean, you can talk to him like a man, but get your point across. Like, what does it take to make you understand? We're not going to run a good administration or a successful administration or a unified administration when you guys are beefing and bringing millions of people into the argument. I mean, he got to understand that, right?
Well, again, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Tim. Don't start talking common sense and logic now between these motherfuckers. They've never communicated that way, Tim. What you just said was logical. It was decorum. It was all those things that they don't show. They don't possess.
Well, I don't know
do you think Trump and Elon will get in a room and have the conversation you just said, Tim? Come on now.
I know Trump is not going to talk. I know Trump is not a de-escalator and he doesn't talk like that. But I don't know if Elon is. I can't rule Elon out from that. I can't rule out Vivek. I can't rule out Vivek Ramaswamy from it either.
Listen, not after that money. Listen, Tim, that money. If you drop that kind of money, you'd be like, I can say whatever the fuck I want to say.
Yeah, but you don't just disrespect the president of the largest country in the world. I mean, I get your point. You're right. He can say whatever the hell he wants, but that don't mean you have to do it.
I've been saying that the whole time. That doesn't mean Trump has to do all the stuff he does, but he does it anyway.
I'm with you
and they
support
him.
All right, I'm with you when you're right.
And Elon is just as power hungry as Trump is. Don't think he's not.
Shit, how much more power can a guy like Elon Musk get? You got all the money in the fucking world. How much more power do you need?
Well, what's next? You answer your own question. Well, what's next?
The only thing he could get more than the only upgrade Elon Musk could get from where he is now is indeed president of the United States.
Well, or if not president, he's definitely in those. He's definitely in the room. He's definitely going to be in the room where it happens. Yeah. That's for damn sure. And he can be in the room where it happens and not have the overall responsibility when it goes to shit.
Speaker of the House.
I don't know what they're going to do. I really don't know. I don't believe that Trump has the ability, because he's shown us already. People around him aren't really telling him what to do. You got to remember, his first presidency, everybody that he put in his cabinet, he said were the best of the best until they pushed back. And then when they pushed back on certain things, he said that they were shit.
What do you want? What do you want? Joe Biden back in there? You want a president that's a puppet? I mean, the guy stands on his own. I mean, isn't that what we want? Even though he may flounder quite often, but he does stand on his own. Ain't that what we want?
Man, the fact that you can say that shit with a straight face is funny as hell to me. Like, you're really good at that too. I mean, you literally said that with a straight face. I know.
I have to.
Look, Vivek said some pretty disrespectful thing about the American people and culture in that tweet today. And he basically said that we've settled to be mediocre.
And that's what people need to. That's why I asked, at what age? I saw somebody in the comments put that Elon migrated to Canada at 18. That's why I asked about Elon, because when one of my viewers on YouTube said that, these immigrants don't speak our language and they're not part of our culture, people need to understand that just because Elon Musk speaks English, he may also have a lot of adverse culture in him, such as what you're talking about now, making such an insult that Americans ain't prepared for this and that and making us sound like we're not very intelligent. That's not something that a traditional American politician would do.
100%. Listen, it's one of those things where people need to pay attention to what's going on. This infighting, this is what it tells me, and then I'll land my plane here, and you can move on. This is what the infighting tells me, and now I'm going to hold off and see if this theory is correct. When they're doing that much public fighting,
I know where you're going with that. I know exactly where you're going with that. Yeah,
that's lack of respect and arrogance. Because think about his last administration. There weren't people that were coming out speaking publicly.
No.
He's escalated this shit. Not like this. They're not even in his cabinet. They're quote unquote advisors in this DOG, and they're already having fight. And Laura Loomer is coming out saying something about it.
I saw that. Yeah, that's crazy.
Before it even gets started.
Wow. All right, I gotta move it on, but it sounds like there'll be plenty of content to discuss. I tell you that much. It's already getting hot, and he ain't even on the stove yet.
Yeah, it is. And next time you come up, put on your smoking jacket, man. Don't just take it off for the live.
That's a robe. That is a fucking robe.
Okay.
I gotta go. All right, man. Appreciate it, Mike, as always. Pleasure.
All right, man.
All right, thank you.
All
right, moving on with the program. And like I said, I do think that because Elon Musk, he's a very cultured guy. I mean, he's lived in other countries, and I mean, he's from another country. And I do believe that could end up changing who the man is. I'll tell you, just from my own personal standpoint, after spending a half a decade, 5 or 6 years in Australia, it changed my whole view on things. A lot of just the way we live, the things we're taught, the way we operate. Some of it is good. Some of it you realize is just totally based on a lie. Once you, because most Americans don't really travel internationally. There's a whole lot of full-grown adults in this country that don't even have a passport. So once you get outside of the country and start, getting around, you do start realizing, it ain't as bad, or this country ain't doing this. They ain't doing this the way we've been told. And Elon Musk will certainly have a lot of that in him. And who knows where it may go down the line if he's allowed to continue to operate. We'll see, though. And I see in the comments, Denkel says the richest man in the world would not listen to Trump. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. But if him and Trump have a falling out, I think the liberals would be glad to take Elon. If Elon Musk all of a sudden became a trillionaire scorn, I think the liberals would welcome him in with open arms. Just to help get back at Trump. Because remember, not Trump, but Elon Musk promised that if they signed the bill that was a week or so ago when the government was, Congress was about to shut down, and Elon Musk did not like the bill that was proposed, and he promised that anybody who signed that bill should be voted out in 2 years, and he would personally fund the primary of their adversary. So in other words, everybody that signed this bill that I don't like, I'm going to personally fund the guy running against you. That's a lot of money to throw around. So he can really buy his way into a lot of shit. I don't know. Trump may have released the Kraken on himself. So going back to the comments, Elon will make it to the midterms. But will he make it as MAGA, or will he become a liberal by the time the midterms come around? Babu, he says, what does that say? Trump admires Elon. He realizes a genius and his brain power. I don't know necessarily about that. There's a lot of geniuses that Trump has. I mean, he wasn't a big fan of. He obviously don't like George Soros, and that guy's incredibly wealthy. He obviously he didn't favor Bill Gates. He wasn't favorable to Mark Zuckerberg until just recently. By the way, he was not even favorable to Elon Musk a few years ago. Everybody thought Elon Musk, because of the electric cars, was a liberal. Remember that? So he wasn't even favorable to Elon Musk not long ago. Elon Musk literally bought his way into the Trump campaign. Started throwing money around, and hearts and minds change overnight when you do that. Let me go back to the box, and I'm asking that question. Do you think that Trump, with the discussion of Greenland, perhaps the taking of the Panama Canal, or threatening the taking of the Panama Canal, talking about the need to acquire Greenland, and making Canada a 51st state, and then talking about possible military intervention into Mexico against the car. Do you see Trump? Do you see where Trump might be on a land grab? That's what I want to ask you folks. Is it possible that he might actually be on some sort of land grab, getting us into adverse conflicts with so many countries, all within, basically, before he's even became president? He got everybody on their toes already. Keep it fucking real. I think that's what the name is here. We'll go straight to that. Good evening. Keeping it real, or keep it fucking real is what I'm reading now. Good evening.
What's going on?
Not much at all. So what do you think? This guy's talking about adverse action to so many countries at once. Is that good for America? Does that sound like something favorable? Maybe to expand the American empire, as so many in MAGA are saying?
I mean, the economy of, strategically and economically, it makes sense for security. If it will happen, I don't think it ever will, but it's definitely, a lot of Canadians are in favor of it.
Really?
I mean, it makes strategic sense. Yeah, I was reading a poll, like 40% of Canadians agree with it.
Why would they want to do that?
Well, because of the Constitution. Remember, the Constitution is there's nothing like our Constitution anywhere in the world.
You're going to lose universal health care. Now,
I think that would be tied into it. I think that's eventually going to get tied into it down the line. Once, I think there's going to be unified health care, and I think that the Dodge is going to be the key to that.
I don't get it though. Okay. We can say universal health care may or may not be tied into it, but I assume they got a lot of other social programs that we don't have, because we don't have many of them.
No, I think once I don't think, personally, what I want to hit on a couple of times, I don't think it's a problem between Trump and Elon Musk. I don't think there ever will be. Because Trump does one thing, Elon Musk specializes in something else.
Wait, hold on. What exactly does Elon Musk specialize in? Because he's getting involved in the passing of bills and shit. That ain't Department of Global Efficiency.
He's a numbers guy. See, no one goes through the bills. See, what people don't understand about bills is that they have a bill about the border, but then they have 50 other things inside that bill with the money funding.
But how the hell do you expect to ever get a bill passed if it's what do you want, a straight bill that only has
that's how it should, bro. That's how it should be.
But that'll never.
It would be cheaper, and it would be more transparent.
All of that may be true, but it would never go any damn way. Hold on, hang on. Listen, let's have a conversation. Let me tell you this: if you and if you want to pass a straight bill. If you're the president and let's say you're proposing something that's really good for America, why the hell would somebody on the left want to agree to your bill so you can brag about what you did for the country and constantly get reelected and say my side ain't doing shit? I need something hang on. I need something in that bill for me to sign it because I know you're going to be bragging on that and taking credit. Isn't that the reason why Trump did not want Biden border bill to pass? Because he knew that would hurt his chances. Ain't nobody gonna just agree to a bill, even if it's a great bill. I'm not gonna agree to your bill when you're gonna brag about that come re-election and I get nothing out of that. Why would I do that?
Well, you gotta understand it because there's more than just what's in that bill in a bill. There's other major topics and other subjects and other
like what you just said. Take all that out.
Listen, let me finish. Inside that bill, there are other bills and funding for programs and things that have nothing to do with the initial bill is for, and that's what the problem is.
No, that's not the problem.
Let me explain. Like the funding, with the funding for the debt ceiling. Okay, in that bill. Congress gave themselves automatically 40% raise. That has nothing to do with the debt ceiling. Giving money to another country has nothing to do with that bill. Why is it in there? Why are all these other things that have nothing to do with the bill in hand inside the bill? And that's why they don't pass, because there's other secret. That's why these bills are 1,500 pages long.
And as I just
said,
it
simple. Make it simple. Deal with the thing at hand. Don't add giving money to gay frogs in Africa inside of a bill that has nothing to do with it.
Okay, let me explain. Hold on, you're covering too much territory. Let me get in here somewhere. The reason why I'm telling you that's not going to work is if you're passing a bill that Trump promised to secure the border, or whatever the case may be. And obviously, he ridiculed Biden for not doing that job. So now he comes up with this border bill. If you just pass a border bill, you said just one issue, don't put all this other bullshit in there. Just, I want to build I'm not going to agree to that because you already done ridiculed my side as being a failure on the border. Now you want me to sign your border bill so you can take credit. Hang on. We got to be able to talk back and forth. You're not hearing what I'm saying. You're just talking over me. What I'm saying is, if there is nothing on the table for me, why the hell would I do it?
Because you can add to the bill on topic and add something that makes sense to that bill that has something to do with that, not something that has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Give me something that makes sense for the liberals on top of Trump's border bill. Give me an idea. Give me some examples. Take your time.
Not separate. That's a hard one because
exactly. That's my point.
That's a hard one.
That's my point.
Right. So on a border bill, and then saying, okay, inside the border bill, we want to support 20 Chinese students for 5 years.
20?
Why does that have to? Those are things that are inside these bills.
20? That's it? That's all the liberals. You get to secure the whole border and brag about that. I'm just
giving you an example of what, things that have nothing to do with the bill at hand are inside of a bill,
okay.
And they wanted to pass it, but it has nothing to do with the bill at hand, nothing to do with the topic at hand. It has nothing to do with it.
And that has been going on since the beginning of time.
On topic. if it's about the border, anything inside the bill should be only something about the border. That's it.
That's your opinion,
That's
though.
it.
I'm not going to. I need to be able to go back to my constituents.
What is sending $100 billion to Ukraine inside of a U.S. border bill have to do with sending $100 million to Ukraine? Nothing.
My constituents, hold on. You want the border bill. That's what the folks on the right may want. If I'm on the left, my constituents want something. I can't come back and tell them 20 Chinese people can be here. I got to go back and tell my people, well, what did you get for us? And you're not giving me anything to go back to them with.
I'm just saying that there's just a lot of things hidden inside of bills that have nothing to do with the things at hand, and that's where the disagreements come at.
And I just gave you the reason why.
The Dodge program. One thing, this is like the biggest. This is like a united cabinet, and yeah, people aren't perfect, but they are finding so much wasted money on programs that they've been robbing from us, the taxpayers, for years.
I'm just telling you, every single politician, hold on.
Unified healthcare.
Every single politician has a group of constituents that want something. If I go up there and sign a border bill, let's say, for instance, Trump wants to pass a border bill that says, or not a border bill, but he wants to pass a bill that says, transgender can't play for the other team. I'm going to keep men out of girls' sports. But my area is a liberal area. If I sign that bill, my people, you just did something for him that we don't like. What did you bring home to us? I got to be able to have something in that bill to tell my constituents, well, at least we got this. Your example gives me nothing to take home. That's why they don't do it that way.
Home, it's what's best for the country.
So it's best for the country to let the other side pass a bill that they can brag about and trash me in the process.
I don't believe in the trashing part of it. No.
Okay, well.
I think it should be agreed upon. If they don't agree with something specifically in that bill, don't add something to the bill that has nothing to do with the bill at hand. That's all I'm saying.
Have you ever heard of the term politicking?
That's exactly what the problem is.
That's what they call politicians. But
it's our money they're doing it with, bro.
What you're talking about is completely against the laws of politics.
Listen, when it's all said and done, when they trim all these bills and all this bullshit programs and money we give to this and money we give to that, which is most of it is fraudulent, that's where the money for unified healthcare is going to come from, I believe. Down the line.
Well, I'm just simply saying, if
these guys find $56 billion worth of trimming already, and they haven't even started yet.
I'm just telling you, if I'm a politician, I gotta be able to come home and tell my constituents that voted for me what I have done for them. That's why every single congressman out there has to do that for their area. That's why all that shit's in the bill.
I think that's what the problem is all, though. If it's about the border, it only should be something related in the border.
That ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. You realize how many people in this country don't give a damn about the border and ain't affecting them at all? I mean,
I'm just using that as an example with any bill. It's with any bill we pass in this country. There's always something attached to it that has nothing to do with it. And it always costs us money.
Because in every bill we pass, there are a lot of people.
Hold on.
Because in every bill we pass, there's a whole lot of people that have nothing of any concern about that bill. So something has to be in it for them as well. That's why every bill has a bunch of shit in it.
But that's not how it really shouldn't be like that. Though.
It's always going to be like that.
If you want to be on a true thing, a bill should. If we're talking about, let's get away from the border. If we're talking about any other thing, just think of something, any kind of bill. If say it's about field and property in the United States, okay, not allowing other countries to own property in our country, okay. Inside of a bill, use that example, then having something about sending money over to Ukraine or to Africa or Egypt has nothing to do with that bill at hand. Well, so why is it in there?
Because somebody may tell you that unless you put money for the Ukraine, that's the only way I'm gonna sign this shit. What do you do?
Yeah, but that's terrible, bro. That's bad, bro.
But that's what they have the ability to do.
Bro, people don't understand that's on our dime. That's on our dime. It's taking money out of our pockets. That's why we have to kill ourselves to make a living in this country.
I think what you're asking
and it's kind of harder.
I think what you're asking for is like a pipe dream. You got 350 million people, 500 plus members of Congress, 100 senators. They not all gonna come together and sign on one thing.
It's a form of corruption. Why can't we just go back to, why can't it just be fair and equal for everybody? That's just a form of corruption.
Because there are too many people.
Let's keep it real.
That's not going to happen. It's too many people from too many cultures and have too many interests in this country to have a bill about one issue. That's not going to happen. That'll never happen.
It should. That's how it should be, and then we would probably have less problems.
Well, shit,
less money spent.
You know how many things I could come up with that should happen? I should win the lottery tomorrow. I mean, that ain't going to happen, though. I think what you're wishing for is a miracle. That's not going to happen.
Well, that's it. It could happen, but that means the power to be don't want it to happen.
If I'm a politician and I want to hold on. If I'm a politician and I want to get hang on. If I'm a politician and I want to get reelected, and I know signing your bill, which might be great for America, is something you're going to use to campaign off of and trash me with, then I'm going to want something in that bill for me, and it's got to be big, and it may have nothing to do with the issue at hand. If you can't work with that, I'm not going to sign your damn bill. It's as simple as that.
Can't they say, well, listen, I'll sign this bill, but I have a bill that I want you to sign it, make it a totally separate bill. Why can't they compromise and do it that way?
Oh, if you put in writing, you gonna do it. If I know for a fact,
I'm telling you, there would be a lot less problems, a lot less money spending, and it'd be a lot more transparent.
And they would never leave Washington. And
keep it simple, stupid, and that's how it should be.
If we did things
complicated, they make it complicated so that we don't know.
I think if we did things your way, the Congress would never leave Washington. They would be signing bills indefinitely. If you broke everything you're talking about up into each individual bill,
it would cut a lot of bullshit spending out. That's what it would do. That's the truth of the matter. It would cut a lot of this bullshit spending out.
Okay.
Immediately.
I gotta say, we'll agree to disagree on this. I don't think you'll ever get what you're hoping for. I don't even think if the whole country was MAGA, you would get what you want, because there's differences of opinion among MAGA. There's too many people in the country to get what you're asking for.
It's just what's right for we the people.
We the people believe in different things.
Nothing to do with MAGA. It's just we the people. It's keeping it real with we the people.
300 and,
you know what I'm saying?
350 million people all agree on the same thing.
Designed for us to have to kill ourselves in order to live.
All right. Well, I gotta say
this way. Just think about this. Elon Musk can afford to give every man, child, everybody in this country $1 billion and still be worth over $200 billion.
That ain't true. That ain't even close. He ain't that fucking rich. You can't do that.
Yeah, no. He's worth $199 billion.
There's 350 million people in it. What calculator are you using?
Listen, if he gave everyone $1 billion, it's 8 billion people on this planet.
He can't do that. He ain't that rich. He ain't even close to that rich. You know
yes, he is. Okay. He's worth $199 billion, bro.
All right. I don't know where you get this. You need to understand.
Google it. Google his net worth.
I don't need to Google 2 plus. I don't need to Google 2 plus 2. What you're talking about is mathematically so far off. I don't need to.
Wow.
There are 350 million people in this country. You can't give each one $1 billion out of Elon's salary.
It's $8 billion. You think $8 billion.
I gotta move it on, man. All right. I gotta end it here. I gotta move it on, but we disagree on everything for today. You're always welcome back, but for today, we disagree on everything.
I'm just saying it's a food for thought. That's how much a guy's worth. He can afford to give everybody $1 billion and still be a billionaire. All
right, I want you to pull out a calculator once we get off of here and you see that.
I'm not saying liquid, I'm just saying net worth. That's insane.
It ain't even close. All right, I got to move it on, man.
It's just something to think about.
All right, I'm
just keeping it real.
Okay, appreciate it. I got to go. No way in hell Elon Musk makes enough money to give every American $1 billion. It's not even remotely close. He don't even make enough to give every American $100,000. I don't believe. $1 billion? Okay, let me move on with the program. Wow, I didn't expect to hear that. I don't know what would 350 million times $1 billion? What would be I don't even know what the mathematical term would be for that type. What's the next unit of measurement after a trillion? Is it a zillion? What else comes? It's going to be way the fuck up there. I mean, he's 350 million Americans, and you're going to give each one of them $1 billion each? Well, I don't even, you'd have to get a calculator out that has, I think after a certain amount of digits, don't they put the letter E up there or something? Like, you can't even do that mathematical equation on a traditional calculator. I don't even know where he got that from. Alexa, what is 350 million times one?
I didn't catch that.
Alexa,
Could you repeat your
okay.
calculation?
All right.
By the way.
Oh, Alexa, stop your ass. All right, let me.
You want to hear it?
Alexa, what is 350 million times 1 billion?
350 million times 1 billion is 350,000 trillion.
350,000 trillion. Elon is not even worth a quarter of, he's barely worth a quarter of $1 trillion. Not even remotely close. All right, let me go back to the box. Wow. I don't even know, like, what does that number even look like? You don't even, I don't think you would even write that out. You'd probably put little exponents and shit just to make that look right. Didn't Cal? I'm assuming you enjoyed the last conversation. Good evening.
Yeah, I just did a little quick math. He could afford to give everybody in the United States $1,142.
Yeah.
And that's if he had, which has last been estimated around 400 to 450 billion. He would be able to give everybody about $1,000. So that dude is just, yeah, he was using MAGA math. He was using MAGA math.
I mean, I don't think anybody thought his math was making sense. I mean, Elon got a lot of money, but he ain't got that much fucking money.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. Look, that was one of your, your beloved MAGA, and he's on here talking about all bills should just be one issue bills, and everybody should just vote on that one bill, and they should take other people's words that they're going to vote on another bill that they want.
Right.
Nothing would ever get done in Washington.
But I will say in his defense, I understand why he wants that. A lot of Americans want that.
He wants that now. He wants that now that MAGA is in office, but I bet you he didn't want it when Obama got in office.
Yep.
And McConnell told him from day one, I don't give a damn what he's trying to do. We will make him a one-term president.
Yep.
And they voted against everything he tried to do, even the stuff that they in the past wanted. So I bet you he didn't have a problem with them doing that. But now that Trump is in office, he wants everybody to just capitulate and just say, we're just going to do everything for the benefit of the country. When for the whole time Biden was in office, or anything that Obama did good, Trump tried to destroy. And anything Biden tried to do, he told the dang on people in Congress, even when he wasn't a part of the government, he told them to stop it.
Yeah. I mean, it's just as simple as that. Like I tried to give him the easiest examples possible, which is if you sign a bill that the other side wants, what do you bring home to your constituents? And it wasn't resonating. I mean, he just still wasn't.
It's
hearing
literally politics, and it's literally the way our country was designed to have checks and balances. And you got to understand that every senator that goes in there to vote, he's got to think about his state when he's doing that. He's not just doing it for the benefit just of the country. He's literally doing it because the people in his state voted him in. So I'm not going to go down there and let somebody, if I'm in Michigan, I'm going to let somebody down in Texas tell me to vote on a bill that's got something to do with his state, but I ain't getting nothing out of it. Yes, I expect my senator to have my back and say, okay, well, let's get some of this, this kindergarten, get these kids fed in school. We don't care if they don't want to do it down in Texas, but we're going to put this, all bills have what do they call it? Pork in it. All of them have pork in it. You're not going to find, there's very seldom that you're going to find a standalone bill which they did.
Only way you gonna get a standalone bill is like we about to go to war, wherever when like Roosevelt said, a sudden and deliberate attack, on December 7, 1941. You don't need to add nothing to that. Everybody realized thousands of Americans died at Pearl Harbor, like 2,000 people. We need to do something. You can get a standalone bill after that.
They had the standalone bill just for the foreign aid. Remember when they went through back and forth about the foreign aid, trying to get it with the border stuff, and they ended up separating all of the foreign aid out, which is the part the Republicans said they didn't want, and then they all passed it.
They didn't want Biden's border bill, and they used the excuse, because he's giving money to the Ukraine and Israel and things like that. So they shot the bill down, and then at the end of the day, the money kept going to the Ukraine anyway. Yeah.
They separated the money from the bill that they said they wanted, and then they just voted and allowed the money to go.
But I said at that time that because Trump was running his campaign on how bad the border was under Biden, I said at that time that the Democrats could sit down with the Republicans and say, okay, you write the border bill up and I'll sign that. And Trump would have still said, no, you can't sign that. You can't fix the border while he's in office. Yeah, he wasn't going to sign nothing.
It didn't matter what was in that border bill. It wasn't going to pass.
Right. Even if it was a standalone border bill, and with everything that Trump wanted in it, he was going to say, don't, because you can't let the Democrats fix the border while I'm running on it. I mean, he was not going to sign it no matter what.
He would have said they're lying. It's a trick. Even if it was all written down, he would have told them it's a trick, and that's not what I wanted.
Yeah. Somehow, some way, he would have came up with a new excuse not to sign that bill. And that's what I was trying to tell my last caller, is that you don't sign a bill if ain't nothing in it for you, or if signing it goes against your best interest, which is what Trump was doing.
And he steady talking about, well, that's the way it should be. Well, duh.
Now, somebody in the comments asked me, what is my thoughts on Elon Musk wearing a satanic armored suit? What the hell is that? Have you seen anything like that?
I haven't seen the armored suit, but I have seen that he's been backing some far right political groups in Germany.
Wow. No, and
don't believe that the Holocaust is real. I mean, far right groups. What people don't understand is they keep thinking that the world stops at the water's edge. Elon Musk made. We think to ourselves, like, what would he want to do, be the president of the United States? But no, he wants to be in charge of the world.
You think his aspirations are really that high?
He has deep ties with China, with Xi Jinping. He's built his gigafactories over there to make his Teslas. He's been in constant communication with Putin. He's got ties in Germany. And now he doesn't want to be the president of the United States, but he wants to have sway and pull over the legislative process, which is being in control of America. He doesn't care about being a figurehead. If he can become the first trillionaire while telling people, the American people, this is how you should run your country, when he's actually an immigrant.
Yeah.
He would love to be in that position. He would love to be able to. He doesn't want to get a secret clearance from America, because that would stop him from being able to communicate with all of these foreign leaders without it coming to America's attention. So he doesn't want a secret code.
That's kind of frightening. I mean, because you do raise a point, and I mentioned that earlier, is that people need to realize he was not born here. He spent most of his we talked about Obama, being in Kenya. This guy literally was born somewhere else. This guy literally. I mean, he spent years. He spent his whole childhood living elsewhere. I mean, he spent years in other places.
Not just elsewhere. His earlier parts of his life, he grew up in South Africa under apartheid.
Well, that could be that whole right-wing stuff you're talking about, that far right.
Hey, look, people don't want to see it. They want to see it because he acted like he agreed with Trump and he's on Trump's side. No, he's got his own agenda. If he's able to wiggle his way in with what we think is a lot of money, which it is, $400 million.
He's buying his way into the United States. The United States is a capitalist, money-grubbing country, left and right. But, he's on the right side of the aisle, and money will buy your way around quite a bit there. Before you continue, Will G says Trump ain't shit. That's his opening greeting most nights. I'm getting used to it. I wake up in the middle of the night. Trump ain't shit, Will G. Anyway, he says Trump ain't shit. It's all about rules for thee and not for me with him and his goons. Do you see that in Trump? You know, do as I say, not as I do.
Look. I've seen documentaries and stuff when actual mob bosses used to talk about how Trump used to run his businesses. He believes it like that type of leadership is how he's always operated. So why do we think he would change because he became the president? We already seen him one time in office and he never followed the rules. He pressed every lever that he could. He pushed them as far as he could. Where sometimes I believe he stepped over the line, but of course our American justice system says, well, we can't really say he did something wrong, even if we heard him on tape saying he did something wrong. Well, you know, we got to have it adjudicated in court, so we got to honor that justice system, even if he doesn't.
Then I'm gonna ask you the same thing. I think I may have asked you or another caller yesterday. If Trump is as bad as you're saying, did Biden suck just that much to get Trump back in there? I mean, if he's as bad as you're saying, how the hell did he get reelected? Did Biden really suck just that much?
I don't necessarily know if it was Biden per se, because I really believe that if Biden hadn't stumbled so bad at that debate, he might have still won, because it wouldn't have been. He wouldn't have had the sexism. He wouldn't have had, any type of racism. He would have just been able to go on as an older white guy, and they was all. You already know how many people voted against Trump and not for Biden the first time.
Yeah.
Hell, it was the same way this time. We think of it as this big landslide, but if you really look at the numbers, like, it wasn't that big of a loss.
Let me ask it to you this way. Let's say Biden never intended to run for a second term and announced that. And let's say we did end up with Kamala Harris. Do you think Kamala Harris could have beat Trump if she had a full scope of time to run like a traditional candidate as opposed to 107 days?
I believe she would have had a lot better shot if he would have started from the time he became the president and did like he said. He said he was going to be a transition president. If he would have allowed her to start then.
Right.
And
I don't know, DeCal. I don't know. You know, the thing I think that one of the issues I think that really hurts Kamala Harris is she doesn't come across as authentic. Even if you disagree with everything Trump says or everything Bernie Sanders says or everything AOC says, you know how they stand on topics, and they don't. I mean, which for her to get up there and say she wouldn't do nothing different than Biden, I mean, stuff like that. I think that she just didn't come across as authentic.
Look, I understand, and there's always this part about the cult of personality, like how people talk. Now, if people understand her whole career, which was in being a prosecutor and attorney general, the way she speaks is legalese. It's you speak. You don't want to say nothing that's going to get you in trouble, and you also want to stay loyal to the people that you work for. So she wasn't going to get up there and just be like, "Yeah, I would have did a whole."
But wait a minute. But wasn't Obama a lawyer first? He was wasn't he a constitutional attorney or something like that, or a constitutional law professor? He could have done that.
He didn't spend his life in the courtroom.
Okay, yeah.
He didn't spend his life talking to judges, and you have to be very careful with. If you listen to her when she talks, that's what she does. She says stuff that's not going to get her like legally in trouble, but might not be,
Yeah, you're probably right, and there is nothing less authentic than a damn lawyer. You know, lawyers are working for simply for their pocketbook and their client. Lawyers are not authentic at all. I remember the lawyer for Luigi Maggione, the one that took out the healthcare CEO. The first thing he said on TV is, "I haven't seen anything that suggests he did it." What the fuck? I mean,
we've seen charismatic lawyers before, but that we've seen them say that in their bubble of what they're doing. Like we've seen, O.J. Simpson's whole legal team got pushed to the side for Johnny Cochran. the people that had did all of the work and got them to this point, and they said, Johnny, we need you to close the deal. And all of those other lawyers was pissed. Shapiro and Kardashian, all of them that had did all the legwork, but Cochran got up there and did his thizzle, you know what I'm saying? He did his thing.
And he went down in history. And he went down in history for all of for the main quote from that. So yeah, I guess he like a Benjamin Franklin of the law. I mean, or Steve Jobs, all the inventions, you get credit for it. So that does happen. Real quick, Will G says that's why I think the border bill rather. He said that's why I think the border is not that important, because you are willing to tank. You're willing to tank legislation for your benefit. In other words, it's not that. Do you agree with that? Okay, because they're saying the border under Biden is a huge mess, but then when the border bill came along, they tanked the border bill. So many folks like Will is saying, well, obviously it wasn't that big of a deal if you were willing to shoot down a bill that would have secured the border to some degree.
Yes, that's kind of to me that's like an obvious kind of answer. Like, yeah, we all get it. Everybody understands at this point that it had nothing to do with securing the border, and it had everything to do with keeping his political, aspirations alive. And
I agree with it 100%. I mean, like you said, I mean, all of a sudden the border is, millions of rapists and murderers are coming to this country and they're poisoning the blood of this country. But then the minute you got a chance to secure the border, but I don't want to send money to the Ukraine. Then what you've been complaining about ain't that fucking big. I agree with Will 100%. If you are willing to leave our nation open to all of the dangers that you're claiming are coming in here, and all of the Lincoln rallies that are supposed to be dying, and pets that are getting eaten because we're sending, but you're sending money to the Ukraine, so we can't. That doesn't make any sense at all.
And the craziest part about that is if people go all the way back into the beginning, it was Trump in the right who said we're not giving any money to Ukraine unless you put something in it about the border.
Yeah.
And then the Democrats said, okay, give us somebody to negotiate with. They sat down with one of the furthest right-leaning people on the border with
Johnson.
Langford. The leadership all came up with this deal.
And they shot
And then Trump said, don't do it.
Well, but I will give Trump credit. Trump knows the value of delaying things at the right time, whether it's his court cases, he's delayed so many things that it's worked to his benefit. I can't hate on the guy.
Just delay until something changes. Yeah, he's the master.
And he's winning time and time again by doing it.
Yeah, but just one more thing before I go is the guy you had before me, the Trump guy. He literally got his statistics from Elon Musk talking about the Congress tried to pass themselves a 40% pay increase. It was literally 3.8% pay raise. It was a raise of $6,600 in a year, from 170 something thousand to about 180.
So Elon Musk is not even in office yet, and he's lying.
Yeah, he put that on his X, talking about a 40%, and these people, without seeing it or anything, just listen to him, and they're using that as an example to beat the left up when they're not even using factual information. It's just amazing that we could have conversations with these people. He's sitting up there like he needs to go back and listen to Schoolhouse Rock and figure out how bills are. I'm just a bill. Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. I used to watch that.
He's talking about something. Well, that's the way it should be. Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that should be different ways, but that's not how our government works. It wasn't designed to work like that. Even if it would be good, it's not designed to work like that. That's why
there's just too many different. I mean, you got 50 different states, so America is essentially 50 different countries, operating as one. You got 50 different states. You got multiple cultures, people from different backgrounds with different interests. Getting a single standalone bill is almost impossible.
Yeah, it wouldn't even make sense.
Yeah.
And one last thing I wanted to say is they talking about annexing Canada and stuff. And they talking about why not do Mexico too? Just imagine what it would be like without a border at all from Mexico.
Well, they're gonna go down there and put military all over it. I mean, it'll be just like Puerto Rico or something like that. They ain't gonna just let them come into the country. It'll be a long time.
Puerto Ricans can come to America whenever they are citizens.
Right, but it probably didn't I mean, I don't know if it would happen overnight. It would be a long time before some of the Americans in this country would agree that now that we've taken over Mexico, they should just be to come here. People will be pushing back against that hardcore.
Well, then why would you try to annex something if you just gonna say you steal your own entity? Like, that's the whole point about annexing something, is to say now we've got.
I'm just
putting it out there. It's something for them to think about.
Yeah, they want it to be a territory like U.S. Samoa or something like that, where they still live in poverty, but we own them. That's what they want. That's what they fucking want. Well, you can come here if you know they're making it expensive to get here or whatever. But yeah, like U.S. Samoa, we own it, but they live in, or Maui. I think Maui is another one. They're not very wealthy over there, you know. But we own not Maui. There's another one of those territories out there that we took just to get access to Japan in World War II. But it's that type of shit where we own it.
Oh, you talking about Guam?
Guam, yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Guam, not Maui. Guam, yeah, Maui's a Hawaiian. Yeah, Guam is what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, but they just having a problem because of the distance. Like, they can come to America, and it's not like they gonna tell you to go back home.
Shit, we end up owning.
I was just putting it out there because they got to be careful about all of this stuff. That, you know, now that he's supposed to be staying out of all of these international things, and we gonna be by ourselves. And now he talking about taking over countries, and Elon and them talking about bringing in more, but like. It's ramping up. It's ramping up.
It could be good, but it could be really bad. We'll see. Ben Cow, as always. Thanks for coming through.
All right, take care.
Anytime. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. I haven't asked anybody to do that yet. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 20,000. A few of you folks that are doing that, smash that like button on YouTube, horizontal, YouTube vertical as well. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody for the comments. You know how the program works. Despite a few folks who may have a difference of opinion, we are and will remain MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor MAGA. We allow people to get their opinion across. MAGA is my preferred guess. I just don't get as many MAGA. Elon might be the real Lex Luger, says Will G. So what are you saying? Trump is Superman? And Elon Musk is the villain? Elon Musk might be the real Lex Luger. Wow. You know, if for some strange reason Elon Musk does go sour, it will be something for the United States to reckon how they let a person that was born in another country, has lived overseas, come in this country, climb to the upper echelons of our politics. And it was, for the most part, solely based on the fact that he threw around a bunch of money. To me, there's no better way to explain the rise of Elon Musk other than he just simply bought his way into the upper levels of U.S. politics. He bought his, when I say he bought his way in, I don't believe for a moment that he could not have done the same thing with the Liberal Party. That if he threw $450 million behind Kamala Harris, he could have been on her administration as well. He just bought his way in. We are a capitalist country. Money rules us. And if you got enough of it, you can just buy your way in. I really believe that if for some reason Trump had a falling out with Elon and he started talking about primarying the Republicans and helping liberals get elected, we would suddenly swallow him up more than Liz Cheney. We would put him right out there and let him start partying with us. Because you can buy your way in this country. I think the country is just, a lot of us are money hungry. Looking in the comments before I continue on the program, yes, thank God for Trump and JD. Well, in regards to JD Vance, do you really hear much out of him? I think Elon Musk is kind of filled in that void. Elon Musk feels more VP-ish than JD Vance. Do you really even hear much out of JD Vance anymore? So far, based on what I heard you say, you're actually more of a conservative than you are liberal by today's standards. Coming from GT Base rather. He says, so far, based on what I've heard you say, you're actually more of a conservative than you are liberal by today's standards. So maybe yesterday you would have thought different. Says the handsome part, I don't know, but that Overton window shifted you right. I don't know about the Overton window. I don't know what that is, but listen. At the end of the day, I'm willing to admit I do see good and bad on both sides of the aisle. I don't believe that Trump is a monster. I don't believe that everything the liberals do is awesome, and vice versa. I'm here to criticize where I see criticism is due and compliment where I think a compliment is due. And by the way, I don't always get it fucking right. I'm not a know-it-all, which is why I believe in free speech. I learn a lot from my guests, and hopefully sometimes I can educate you folks on a few things. That's why we have an exchange of ideas here. That's why it's all about free speech. And by the way, if you enjoy that, I'm going to say it once again. Follow the program on TikTok and subscription on YouTube if you will. Feel free to share it live. It might help out the FYP on TikTok. Going back to the box, though, continuing on with Travelman. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Travelman. What did I just hit? Trump for sale. What is this? It says Trump for sale. Our country is for sale. Yeah, for the great. Yeah, for about. I really agree with that. I do believe that if you got enough money, you can buy your way pretty deep into the leadership of this country. We are money hungry in this country. You can make a lot happen in this country. All you need, and that ain't just America. I'm sure it happens. It can happen anywhere else as well. But here we claim to be all about freedom and equality and shit like that. No, if you got money, you can get I mean, you know how the criminal justice system works, for instance. Ain't nobody rich on death row. Ain't nobody rich doing those I mean, if you got money, you can buy your way out of any damn thing in this country. I tried to bring up a guest. Let me try it again. Travelman. Good evening. Welcome to the program. If it brings them up, I don't know what's going on with the body. Travelman, good evening.
Evening, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Good to have you back on. Is Trump?
This is kind of comical.
give me an example. What part is my last guess?
So this is what Trump does, and he does it all the time. And the Republicans do it as a whole. They do it. As a whole, they do it. He'll say something like, "Well, you know, Canada should be maybe our 51st state."
Yeah.
And a lot of people in Canada want that. You know.
Is that true?
Hold on a minute. Let me finish what I'm saying. Or a lot of people in the States believe that. Ain't nobody in damn Canada ever wanted to be part of the United States. Okay? But he says that, and now the media jumps on it, and that's all they've been talking about for the last 2 weeks. Knowing damn well Canada is not going to become the 51st state. Canada is a successful country.
Right.
With a couple of what we would call international cities, as in Toronto, Vancouver. You know what I'm saying? Why would they want to come over and be a part of the U.S. and fall into all this BS we have going on over here?
Yeah, that would be my response as well. Is that you're getting the benefit of America in terms of military protection. Why? Because I've had Canadians come on the show and talk about stuff like the school shootings here and all the crime and like how much they don't want to be a part of that and they favor their universal health care system. That's the same thing I'm thinking. What would Canada, how would they benefit by becoming a 51st state? Why would they want to do that?
And actually, you know, we do use Canada for some of our military things also, because Canada also has a military. Okay.
Yeah.
They've been to Afghanistan. They're right there with us on the front lines fighting. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around this thing, because he throws stuff out there and everybody jumps on it. All right. I've been to Canada.
Me too.
All right. I have worked at every major airport in Canada from Vancouver to Montreal. So I have had quite a bit of time up in Canada. Sometimes the people up there laugh at us. like they're laughing at us now. You know?
Yeah. I believe that. I'll say this. You can tell who wants to come here because there are a lot of immigrants from those countries in America. We don't have a lot of first world immigrants. Like I lived in Australia for a while. There's not a lot of Australians in America. They're quite happy where they are. And they laugh at us too. Just like the New Zealanders and, folks who, live in England or live in France, they're not eager to get here. You can tell who want to be here or who wants to be part of the U.S. because you have lots of immigrants from those countries. And yeah, the idea Canada's literally connected to America. There's not a large Canadian immigrant presence in the United States. No, they don't want to be here.
Well, they go back and forth. And I always tell people all the time, if you go to Australia, it's almost like being in the States, except they drive on the other side of the road. All right?
It's pretty similar.
But, and the crime rate is a lot lower.
A lot lower. A whole lot lower.
Okay. But they kind of treat their people of color the same way as people of color been treated over
I
here.
don't know. I mean, like I said, I lived there for 5-6 years. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean,
I didn't live there, but I've been there a few times. So I just kind of threw that out there. But
I mean, they do have a history of oppressing the Aborigines, but
yeah.
I mean, when you talk about America with everything from slavery to another 100 years of Jim Crow, I mean, our history is horrible. Their history ain't that fucking bad.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah.
You know, so once again, though, he throws that stuff out there about Canada, about Mexico. You know, Mexico got issues. Everybody know that, but you also got people in Mexico that don't want to come over here. You do have some successful cities. When you go to Monterrey and some other cities down there in the interior of Mexico, they don't, or the ones that's closer to the border.
Yeah, but there are a lot of Mexicans that do want to come here.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is. That's true. That's true.
There's not a lot of Canadians that want to come here.
No, but talking about we might bomb the cartels or something like that. Come on. You know,
he did.
It just kind of goes into all this crazy stuff that's going on right now. And so now you get to your boys, like I've been talking about all night, back and forth about Elon and Vivek or whatever his name is.
Do you think they're going to survive? You think they're going to maintain good standing with each other, Trump and Elon?
No.
You think they're going to have a falling out too? I had one guest say before March.
I'm not going to put a timetable on it, but eventually, you know, because for some reason people seem to think that Trump possesses this great brain power, but actually he doesn't. You know, so
he's a billionaire though. He can't be that dumb.
Well, he inherited $400 million, so he didn't have a long way to go to get the full.
He said he got $1 million loan from his dad.
Well, you know he lied. Come on, we already know that. That's been established. You know.
That is hard to believe. That is hard to believe that he only got $1 million.
See, what a lot of people don't realize is that during Trump's first term, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but the number of H-1B visas, the legal immigration in the country actually went down during Trump's first term.
You talking about the amount of folks coming here legally?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think Trump is pro-immigrant, legal or illegal. I would expect that's going to happen again if Trump, once he gets in office, they're going to go, because everybody says we don't have a problem with immigrants just come here legally. No, they do. Yes. They do have a problem with immigrants. They're going to go after the legal ways of getting here too.
And we're losing, engineers, people that will come over on H-1B. We're actually losing some of them to Canada, to the UK. To different places because they can't get into the country, so they're going other places.
Wow. You starting to sound like Elon and Vivek now.
Pardon me?
You're starting to sound like Elon and Vivek Ramaswamy. They were talking about that.
Well, that's what happened because the number of H-1B visas was decreased under Trump's first term. Yeah. Okay? Now, going forward, like you say, some of these, I'm just waiting to see what kind of policies they're going to come out with.
I guarantee you, in addition to the largest deportation in history, they are going to make it harder to come here legally. Last time he was trying to pass a whole Muslim ban, which would have made it so that any Muslim could no longer legally come here. So yeah, he certainly is attacking legal immigration as well. They just don't want to say that. My guess is what Trump will say is, because we have such a huge issue with illegal immigration, we got to momentarily cut off this or that policy that allows you to come here legally until we can get rid of some of these people. And most of MAGA will be okay with that. But he's going to go after legal immigration as well.
Well, see, they're always okay with it until it starts affecting them.
It's a good point. It's a good
You
point.
know, we have a large right now. There's a big shortage of developers. You know, there's a big shortage of software engineers. You know, so who's going to be who's going to be taking care of all this stuff with the growth of AI?
Well,
You know, there's ramifications to this stuff that they're doing.
well, that's where Elon is supposed to come in. And by the way, Make Me King, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Make Me King 1, thank you for the subscription. But I don't know. Do you think Elon is a net gain for the United States? He's talking about sending people to Mars. I mean, he's, obviously the electric vehicles, the Starlink system. Is he not an asset to have on our side?
Well, he was.
Was?
Well, see, because right now, what you're dealing with right now, the arrogance is taking over. Okay, listen to the things that he says. Look at how his behavior over the last year or so. He's digesting all those newspaper clippings and everything, and how everybody's raving about how great he is, and now he believes he's that great.
Wow.
Because he's done some great things, but now the arrogance has taken over.
What you're saying is he fucked up by getting out of business and getting into politics, taking sides.
Man, look, when business people, most of the time, long as they stay on the business side, they're cool. They can say crazy things, they can do whatever. But then when they cross over and say, okay, well, I want to go over on the political side, now you're in the public arena.
Yeah.
All right? Now, Trump may be a billionaire. He may be the richest person in the world, right? But when you roll over into the D.C. political arena, that's like going from AAA to the major leagues. Mm-hmm. Okay? That's cutthroat.
The interesting thing is the right says this all the time, whether it's Taylor Swift getting involved in politics or athletes taking a knee or LeBron James. They've been criticizing celebrities and business people who get in politics from day one. But the minute somebody does it that's on their side, they suddenly don't have a problem with it anymore. Like Kid Rock, or obviously Trump is a celebrity that got involved in politics. The minute somebody does it in their favor, their whole stance changes on it.
Yeah, they love it. They love it. Shut up and dribble. Unless you agree with what we're saying. But that's just how they built it. Kid Rock, I guess he's still sell out arena.
He's somewhat relevant. He still has some relevance.
Ted Nugent, I guess,
Hulk Hogan.
Exactly. But see, what they do is right now we're looking at the point where the arrogance is going to take over, and that's what we're hearing now from that guy Holman. Okay, the border czar. Listen to him when he talks. That is just sheer arrogance.
Well, shit, if you got the complete blessing of the entire Republican Party and the President of the United States, that would pump your ego up. I can see why he's arrogant. I mean, he was brought in because he's being touted just like Trump used to tout General Mad Dog Mattis before they fell out, where Trump is making it sound like this is the guy that's going to get the job done. He's awesome. His resume is great. That's how he used to pump up General Mad Dog Mattis. Everywhere he would take him and talk about how great he is. He's doing that for his border czar.
And then what happened?
They fell out.
Exactly. And you know what? You can sit there on the news and you can talk about all this stuff, what you're going to do and everything. But then when the rubber meet the road, you're going to run out of criminals to deport very quickly.
Not in 4 years. I don't know about that Trump. I mean, Trump only got 4 years. He can slow down the deportation of criminals and make it look like he's deporting a hell of a lot of people.
They don't know how to do that. They don't know how to do that. Once again, that's where the arrogance takes over. Because when they've been hollering about, we had a mandate, we got a mandate. You won by 1.3% or something like that. That's you didn't even win 50% of the people that voted. But we have a mandate. But they keep repeating it. What do you mean?
Wait. What do you mean they didn't win? But he won the popular vote.
He won the popular vote, but he won 40-some% of the popular vote. He didn't win 50% of the popular vote.
Yeah, but I mean, if the liberals won that shit, they would be bragging.
It doesn't matter. If you don't win 50%, you don't win 50%.
Yeah. All right. I get it.
Okay?
To
And
me, that's
he
just
only won by 1 point. He won by less percentage than Biden won.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, I get it. But at the end of the day, he won.
Yeah, he won. But they're going to overreach. They're going to go too far. And you know, the Republicans have a hard time governing. Just take a look at the last 2 years. Hell, just take a look at the last 2 weeks. You know?
I don't know if I agree with that. People really favor Trump's first term with the exception of COVID. People think he did a pretty good job.
That's because, you know what? Because when you repeat stuff over and over and over again, people believe it.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all.
We had the best economy in the history of the country. No, you didn't. We
Yeah.
gave the biggest tax break in the history of the country. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was all, but you keep repeating it, and they talk about it.
But why is that you can repeat something that is clearly not true, and if you do it enough times, the American voter believes it? Does that make the American voter look dumb?
Stuck on stupid.
Because he
Think
does
about it.
often paint himself as doing things in regards to what things he does. He often says, "This is the best in history. This is the best that's ever been." And
That's
it's
how he
like,
talks. That's how he talks. But think about it. We just turned around, and we talked about this before, and you've talked about it on numerous occasions. We just elected a guy who business is convicted of fraud that defrauded the state of New York. He's the owner of Trump Inc. or whatever the name of it is. Okay, he's lost 2 lawsuits against a lady that he defamed, and then he went back and did it again, and she got him again.
Yeah.
And everybody that has come in contact with him related to the 2020 election, they either lost their license to practice law, or in the case of Rudy Giuliani, lost everything. You got people sitting in jail over a lie. They attacked the Capitol over a lie. They still talking about the election in 2020 when 65 judges heard it, but they always keep saying, "Oh yeah, we got more information. We got more," but nobody ever presents anything.
Well, they believe that once he gets in there this time, he's going to present it.
He's not going to present nothing because there's nothing to present. You know, it's just like we gonna repeal and replace Obamacare. They've had Obamacare 10 years old now, 12 years old. They haven't done anything. Okay, is he
still running on that?
You know, yeah, we're gonna do infrastructure. They had infrastructure week about 9 times, and it never got done. You know, all they do is talk. You know, they came up with a bill, to the border bill that they came up with earlier in the year, and they weren't going to do anything for the aid to Ukraine and Israel until the border bill was passed. So they put together a border bill that they put together, and they still shot it down. And then this is how damn stupid they are. Then they passed. Then they submitted their own bill separately, and they shot that down.
Well, I disagree with you that they were stupid. I think what Trump did is, I think the reason they got shot down also is the reason why we have Trump. I think Trump, what he did turned out to work out for him very well. It was a smart thing he did. He knew that if they got the border bill through, he would not be able to run on the chaos at the border under Biden by not letting that bill get 100%. Through. Yeah,
100%. But see, the thing about it is that they attached the funding for Israel and Ukraine to that bill. So think about this. Now I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. When the funding ran out and they sat on that funding for 6 months, if you go back and take a look, I would bet that probably corresponds to the time that Russia started making their advances.
Wow.
Because Ukraine was running out of ammo and all kind of other stuff, and they couldn't even put together a damn bill, and everybody's still hollering about, well, why are we sending money to Ukraine? Why are we sending money to Ukraine? You're sending money to Ukraine because we just decimated the damn Russian military and did not put a boot on the ground.
Well, I'd be curious to see.
We ran the Navy We ran their navy out of the Black Sea because the damn Ukrainians were sinking the ships.
I do got to move it on, but I'd be curious to see if money going to continue going to the Ukraine under Trump. Do you think it's going to stop all of a sudden when Trump's in there?
I don't think it's going to stop all of a sudden, but I think they're going to make it extremely difficult. They're going to try to force Ukraine into taking a settlement with Russia. But see, the thing about that is Russia's going to agree to whatever they want, but then 3 or 4 years from now, they're going to invade it. They're going to invade again and try to take the rest. They may not, though, because Ukraine kind of put the hurting on them this time.
The Ukraine certainly has slowed down their military might. It's going to take them a while to rebuild all that equipment. They lost manpower. I mean, generals. They lost a lot fucking with the Ukraine.
They just took out some generals today. You know,
more.
Over in Russia, and now they killing the North Koreans because they over there. You know, so he's gonna force them into something. Yeah. But what people don't realize is if they get in there, it's not going to just stop at Ukraine.
That's what most of the players in the region think. That's why most of them want America and the West to continue helping the Ukraine, because most of them also believe that Putin is on a mission to reestablish the Soviet Union. But Trump seems Trump seems to think different. Trump thinks differently, though.
Trump an idiot.
I gotta go.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
All right.
I'm just saying. Okay. Let me close out one thing though. If we don't stop them, there will be U.S. troops in Europe.
That's scary. That's frightening.
Yes, and that's what's going to happen. I lived out there for 4 years. I did 20 years in the military, 3 years in the Marine Corps, 17 in the Navy.
Appreciate that service, man. What part of Europe did you live in?
I lived in the UK for 4 years. I worked downtown London.
Man, how was the women over there? Now I really gotta go.
I also lived in Japan for a year.
Was that how were they? They good? They any good?
I was much younger then.
All right,
man. Thanks.
Good talk. We got to talk about that another time. All right,
yes, sir.
Moving on with the program. Once again, Will G says Trump ain't shit, but a 304 trying to hide a desk of inhumanity from prosecution and the most powerful. What is a 304? A hoe? Is that what you said? Remember on the old calculators or on the pager, you would type the number 304, so you turn it upside down and it says hoe. Is that what you're trying to say, Will G? Now I'm old enough to realize what we used to do that back in the day. That's what it says. He says, now Trump ain't shit, but a 304. Wow, you really tested my memory there. Trump ain't shit, but a 304 trying to hide behind the desk of immunity. Trying to hide behind the desk of immunity from prosecution and the most powerful military. Well, he has successfully hid behind the immunity. Oh, excuse me. He has successfully won the immunity battle and the most powerful military. Well, he is going to use our military to operate from a bully pulpit. Look, at the end of the day, Trump may be able to get a lot of shit accomplished. If he can scare some of these nations, remember, he was successful in using our military to scare NATO member states to pay their, fork up their, or better yet, beef up their defenses to, expand their military budget. Trump got that done. He got us out of the Iranian deal, and still the Iranians did not violate. I mean, they didn't violate it. So he has used bullying tactics successfully. My guess is he probably used that shit in business quite a bit back in the day, and it worked. So now he's using it as a politician. He does have the ability to get some stuff done, even though we may not like his tactics. For instance, threatening to impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico. They have started moving. Both of them, Canada and Mexico, are already talking about, spending money to put the military on their border and beef up their border protection. He is getting shit done. You might not like how he's doing it. You might not like what he's saying, but people are moving in a way that they were not moving with Biden. And we'll see how it turns out. But I'm telling you, regardless of how you feel about Trump, he does have the potential to get shit done. You just may not like it. It might lead us to having some of our allies have a side eye opinion of us. Yeah, I'll do it because I ain't got no other choice but fuck you type, mindset or whatever. It might hurt our relation down the line, but he does have the potential to get some things done. Now I see Ed G has said, my last caller, Trump did not win. We just chose to lose. I get it, Ed. I get it. You're making a mockery of my last caller. I don't think the Democrats chose to lose, but I think the Democrats did lose the last election as much as Trump won it. Biden made a comedy of errors. Biden stating that he was going to be a transitional president just to help America get rid of Trump, and then deciding all of a sudden to run for a second term was a huge error. I think Biden has more to do with why the Democrats lost in Kamala Harris. I really think it's Biden's fault, but we got, people want to talk about Kamala, everything from her cackle to Willie Brown or what. No, I think with 107 days, there's only so much you can expect from any candidate going up against a guy people have known their entire damn life. So I really think Biden has more to do with it than Kamala Harris. But if you want to ridicule Kamala Harris, look, she's history. Go, eat your heart out. Will says close to 1 million white people are in Mexico illegally. Really? Where'd you hear that from? Close to 1 million white people are in Mexico illegally. Is that true? I've never heard that before. Not numbers that are that high. Wow. Now you got me wanting to do some more homework. Cedric Hayrie says Americans are not ready for a woman. Simple as that. I do believe there's some validity to that. I'll go to the box real quick, tap the screen, get me on up to about 30,000. Will says, I know Trump is a petty thug. MAGA forgets that Trump is from Queens and a lot of cons come from Queens. Everything he does and says is for a reason. Well, if you're a politician, everything you do and say should actually be for a reason. Now, is he a con? That's a whole different stance to take. Many people believe he is. Others believe otherwise. But when you look at Trump Stakes, Trump University, and some of the other things, it does appear to have, I'll say, con-like tendencies. When you got a person that's on television, on video saying, I've never asked God for forgiveness in my entire life. I am not a Christian. Saying this out in public, and then he's also selling Bibles at the same time. I'm not saying he's a con artist, but damn, that sounds pretty close to one. You're telling me that the dude who is openly claiming not to be Christian is selling Bibles to the evangelicals? It does seem a little odd. I'm just, I don't want to sound like Kanye West, but as he once said, I ain't saying she's a gold digger. But she, and that's what it is. I'm not saying he's a con, but damn, he's a non-Christian selling Bibles. That is interesting. Congrats. Thank you, Reese. Lit it up. Thank you, Reese, with the roses. Appreciate that. Shout out to you. Thank you. Thank you for that support, Reese. Or better yet, Rebs, I think that says. Rebs 3-4. Shout out. Thank you. Trump ain't got 4 years. He is trying to figure out a way to stay, especially if New York case is set and final with a sentence and time to pay. So what you said, Trump is trying to stay in office for longer than 4 years? Trump does not have 4 years. He is trying to figure out a way to stay, especially if New York case is set and final. He owes a lot of money in New York. I understand that, but I don't know. I don't think, well, a lot of people do believe Trump will try to stay longer than 4 years. I'm not quite there yet. And I see, Will, you got proof you're suffering from stage 4 TDS. Ed G is challenging Will, said he got stage 4. Are there different stages of Trump derangement syndrome? Is that how that works? Trump requesting an extension for TikTok. Shout out to him for that. I heard about that today. He's going to ask the Supreme Court to extend the stay in regards to, extend the time they listen to the case in regards to banning or whatever they're going to do with TikTok. I really hope TikTok is not lost because I enjoy speaking to you folks. and having a back and forth. I could do it on YouTube. It would be all verbal. I wouldn't be to take calls, or unless we figure out another way to do it on Instagram, or there would have to be some other social media platform out there. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet because I would like to deal with it because I know a lot of MAGA are not big fans of TikTok. So if I could find another social media platform so that I can speak to more of my MAGA viewers live like I am on TikTok, I would like to do that. So something else would pop up if TikTok goes down. But I think that Trump is going to save TikTok. Let's give him credit for that. I think he's going to save it. And thank you for that, Dennis Calhoun. And Will says, in regards to AG, you know damn well he is after delay just to win the bet to get the shield of immunity behind the desk. You damn right he will. I actually believe a lot of that. I do believe Trump is a master of delay for his own benefits. But Ed says, spammers on repeat, Hanson, please send them to the gulag. Who's spamming? Let me see if I see that. I'll go back to the box. I'm trying to take another caller in. None of these things are moving because of Trump, but the real adults in the room are just preparing for the spoiled brat to make him feel good. Well, if it gets done under his watch, then he gets credit for it, whether it's him or not. If it's done under his watch, you got to get a guy credit for it. Jeremy, good evening. Welcome to the program. One of my subscribers there, Jeremy. Good evening. Hopefully it brings him up. The box is acting funny right quick. We'll give it a second. Otherwise, I'll have to reset. Jeremy, if you can hear me, you may have to go out and come back in. I don't know what's going on, but we'll give it a moment. MAGA Glazers, go get seasoning for your potato salad. MAGA Glazers, go get seasoning for your potato salad first, or go back to Europe, Caucasus Mountains, where you from.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Jeremy, good evening.
How are you, Tim? It's good to see you.
Good to see you again as well. Good to have you back on. Yeah, you got some wind, or you blowing in the mic or something?
Oh, no, sorry. I put the mic a little too close to my face, but I'm good now.
Now, is Trump on a land grab? Greenland, Canada, Mexico, the Panama Canal? What is he doing?
Well, when it comes to that, I think he will probably try to make a move for Greenland. And that would be an interesting thing. That's almost like another continent when you really get down to it, because Greenland's huge.
Yeah, but what about the people of Greenland? Is you just going to conquer them Hitler style?
Well, there's a whole bunch of resources on Greenland that people don't talk about.
Yeah, but there's people there. You're going to just steal their shit. You're going to just take it.
More like, I think what he's going to try to do is he's going to try to make us more energy independent. Because there's like
you're not discussing the people of Greenland. What I'm trying to ask you about is, what about the people that are there? You just going to take their shit from them?
No, you can actually trade it a lot with Greenland. You can do a lot of things when you have a desolate country like that. One of the benefits of having a larger, more developed country is that developed country can help you develop as well for the natives. And I think that would be kind of his plan. Now, I actually did want to go. Okay,
before you go to the next topic, and I'll give you time. But why would they want to become part of the United States and take on all of our enemies and all of our drama? I mean, that's a pretty chill country. I got a couple callers that called me from Greenland on the show. They don't want no part of America.
Because America's the best, baby. Yeah, cheeseburgers and guns and freedom.
Right. What? They don't want that.
No, look. First off, let's just really look at this at a practical level. Greenland is a very, very underdeveloped country, and being underdeveloped has a lot of benefits, but it also has a lot of drawbacks. And one of the biggest drawbacks is healthcare. From a technological standpoint, a lot of people who live in places like Mongolia, Greenland, a lot of these places that aren't super developed, that are very isolated and desolate, they oftentimes have a lot of problems when it comes to healthcare because they just don't have the infrastructure.
We got all the infrastructure you could ever need here in the United States, and we have a problem with healthcare. We just took out a CEO of a healthcare company to make the point.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Whatever we think we have, it's way worse over there. Way worse. It's not even on the same plane.
Yeah, but you also got to understand, we also have a lot more health problems in America than they do in Greenland, too.
Yeah, but I think they would take a lot of that on. I think they would. I think they would I think a lot of people in Greenland would happily like to move to the United States if they could, because a lot of what we have of here's the thing. As someone who has been on the streets before, who has been homeless, I can tell you that living in a motel room in a shitty motel, 1,000 times better than sleeping in the forest by a lot. Some infrastructure is better than none.
You know, it's interesting you would bring that up because that was a question. The guy who calls me from Greenland all the time, we actually talked about that. And one of the things he said is it's illegal to be homeless in Greenland. Now, we know it damn sure ain't illegal to be homeless in America because we don't have the social programs like they do in a lot of European countries. I don't know if they want to give all that up. They got universal health care over there. They can send their kids to school without worrying about them getting shot. They don't have the greed of capitalism like we do in this country. I don't know. I mean, there's good things about America, but we have a lot of bad shit too. I don't know if they want to take on our rush. Nobody has time to speak to each other anymore environment. I mean, they're really chill over there. I don't think they want to take that on.
Well, here's the thing, Tim. Let's look at this on a practical level. Their population isn't going to change that much. Right? Let's say they get bought out. Let's say they get bought out and they become a part of the United States. They get annexed by us, or however it goes down, or they voluntarily agree. Now they're Americans. Wave the flag, all that. Okay? Let's say that happens. The population of Greenland is probably going to stay the same, but there's going to be a lot of American investment in the native people. Okay? They're going to have
what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen in Greenland if we take over that country. They're going to continue living exactly like they're living while we snatch all the resources out of their country and make a fortune off of it.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. You want
Where else have we done that where people benefit? I mean, we take resources from a lot of other countries, and the people in those countries don't generally benefit at all.
Yeah, but if they're Americans, they have American rights. They have American representation. They have it would be another state. Think about it. It'd be like saying we're going to rip all the. You can't even get resources out of the ground in Montana.
Yeah, I don't. If I'm Greenland and I look at the history of the United States, everything from breaking treaties with the Native Americans all the way up to telling the people of Iraq if they stand up against Saddam Hussein, we'll come and help you. We don't broke so many treaties and so many deals over the years. If Greenland wants to listen to the United States make promises to them, that's on their ass. So you got a peaceful country right now. If you really want to trust the United States, when we making it clear, we know you got a lot of resources in your country. If they want to trust us, God bless them. I mean, I think they fucking up if they do that.
I can understand that, but I did want to talk about what you talked about with your previous caller, specifically with Vivek with the H-1B visas. Okay. That's right? Yeah, so I actually don't think that's a great idea. And here's the thing. As someone who has actually immigrated to this country, I think we should limit legal immigration for two reasons. Number one, well, actually, I'd say three. Number one, because there's going to be a brain drain on another country, and that's not really fair to them. A lot of
have we ever given a fuck about that?
Just because the government hasn't done that historically doesn't mean that they shouldn't have.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of like saying did Jeffrey Dahmer care when he murdered people? It's like, yeah, well, he probably should have.
All right.
You
got to give me something better, though, okay? It's going to be a brain. So if we take immigrants in, we're taking the brain power away from another country. I don't think most Americans care about that, but I hear your point. Give me the other two.
Okay, well, another one is this. We don't want to admit this. I know we've had discussions about this in the past. I cannot tell you how much more misogynistic some other countries are. You want to talk about our country being bad. I know Nick Fuentes said that stupid thing, your body, my choice, which, by the way, I almost guarantee that guy's gay. He's been busted in sting operations before, or on Grindr, meeting up with guys. He's gay. Okay, yeah. There's just no way he's not. Okay, but imagine that. Except everyone believes that. The average American doesn't agree with Nick Fuentes. The average American probably doesn't even know his first name. I
get a lot. I'm gonna tell you something though. I'm not saying all, but there's a hell of a lot of misogyny among MAGA. I get a lot of MAGA that get on the program and say that women shouldn't be able to be in combat and women should have their lane. I mean, there's a lot of MAGA that believe women's role should be reduced.
Yeah, here's the thing. Okay, well, I don't think that saying like you don't want women in combat is on the same par as what happens in India. Which in India, I mean, like you lived in Australia for a while, so you probably had a lot of like people from like the Far East, right, and who were like immigrants to Australia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. In Indian culture, they believe that rape is actually the fault of the woman.
Damn.
And yeah, I know. And in certain Muslim nations, they believe that women should be stoned to death for the crime of being raped. That's horrible on another level.
Yeah, that's really archaic. Yeah, that's really barbaric and archaic.
And the problem is, the thing is, I don't have anything against legal immigration when we do it at a certain level. I believe, though, that we need to have people avoid enclaves, because if you have enclaves, well, there's less incentive for you to assimilate. I mostly assimilated because I was really, really young when I came here. I was still a child. So it was pretty easy for me to assimilate. I can only imagine if I came as an adult, how hard it would be if I only moved in with other people from Latin America and some of the attitudes.
Elon Musk seemed to have assimilated pretty well.
South Africa is more close in culture than India and Vietnam are.
Okay.
And it's no shade to those people, but they have some pretty regressive societies. Like, look at what happens in Canada. They have a lot of problems in Canada because as they give away a lot of these H-1B visas over there to a lot of students at such a high rate. And
I don't totally disagree with everything you're saying, but I will say this: there's too many business owners and employers in this country that just do not want to pay Americans a fair wage. That's what the problem is. The only reason why we don't have people that are qualified for a lot of jobs and people that are, able to fill all these positions is because there are too many people in this country that are looking to pay people less than what they deserve. If people got paid properly, I don't think there would be such thing as a job no Americans want. I mean, there's too many jobs where you need to live damn near 5 to a house to make it work off of this salary. I mean, there's just too much of that shit going around. I mean, like right now you got Amazon and Starbucks going on strike. And I mean, there's just constant battles with employers trying to rip off their employees. I mean, there's too much of that.
No, I actually, here's the thing. This is why I'm not a libertarian. This is why I kind of lean a little libertarian, but ultimately I call myself conservative. Because you're not wrong. And that's something that I think whenever people say oh, Americans won't do these jobs. My response is, yeah, because they want to pay them slave wages.
Yeah.
They want to pay them slave wages. So why don't you?
But didn't you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
If you are a working American and you want an increase in wages, you're not going to get that from the Republican Party. The Republican Party believes that if you don't like your wages, you should be savvy enough to quit and find another job. They're not going to do a damn thing to help guarantee your employer treats you right. Their response is you should go work, figure out somewhere else to go and work or go back to school. They're not going to help you out at all on that.
No, I think that they want you to be able to make decent money, but I think that what they realize is something I realized a long time. The actual dollar amount isn't as important as buying power. And the problem with raising minimum wage rather than saying, oh, you're not allowed to bring in foreign workers who will work for nothing. So you have only Americans to hire. The problem with that is that it just takes away jobs from a certain percentage of the workforce.
So what are you saying? There should be no minimum wage at all?
I don't think there should be no minimum wage, but I don't think it should be hiked up. Instead, the much better idea is to stop printing more money and to do everything we can to increase the buying power of the dollar.
Wait, but let me ask you this. Should the minimum wage increase at all?
I don't. In my state of Wisconsin, it's $7.25. I think that's a good number. I think because you can afford.
Why?
You can afford a lot more in Wisconsin, I promise you.
I lived in Milwaukee for several years. In fact, that's why I worked as a teenager in Milwaukee for $3.80 an hour at Burger King back in 1988. You're telling me, what is that, almost 40 years later, that you're okay with minimum wage only being $3 an extra $3 since 1988?
Yeah, I'm serious. And you want to know something? I think that if we did the right thing, if we did it's some of the smart solutions that I can think of right now, the dollar would become so much stronger that $7.25 would be the equivalent of what $15 is nowadays.
You really think minimum wage in Wisconsin at $7.25 is good? Is okay? It's sufficient?
Yes, because
how much does it cost to get a haircut in Wisconsin?
Yeah, probably like $20. But
so you got to go to work and work damn near half a day just to afford a haircut, and that ain't even including the tip.
Well, hold on a minute. I've worked plenty of places. Look, Tom, Tim. I was supposed to call you Tom. I don't know why. That was weird. I'm saying you got to really understand economics here. You got to understand that just giving people more dollars per hour just increases the cost of everything, and it just makes it that way you can only pay
I would agree with you. I would agree with you 100% if history showed that. Okay, minimum wage in Wisconsin is $7.25 an hour, as you say. My guess is 10 years ago it was $7.25 an hour as well. And you're going to tell me that even though minimum wage has not moved in your state in the last 10 years, the price of goods and services didn't continue going up anyway?
They probably did.
Probably?
Yeah, but that's just due to general inflation. Again, this is why we should shut the mill. We should pause the money printers. Every once in a while, we're going to have to turn them back on because of increase in population and increase in resources. That's going to happen naturally.
How about this? How about make the whatever you decide to be the minimum wage, increase it comparable to what inflation is. If the inflation rate goes up from this year to next year, there should be a certain amount or a certain formula that, okay, because of the inflation, minimum wage is going to go up 25 cents an hour or 50 cents an hour. It should go up with inflation. You can't freeze it for 10 years and expect it for folks to even want to go and work for that.
Well, that's not a particularly bad idea, but the problem is, ever hear the phrase, there's nothing more permanent than a temporary government solution?
Yeah, so what are you getting at?
What I'm getting at is that it's not going to stop there. It's Pandora's box.
I just think those are excuses to keep wages low. I mean, the employers are making more money, but the employee got to come up with something. There's no excuse to keep minimum wages the same for 10 years.
Big box corporations are making money. The small and medium business guys aren't making that much. They got to be able to pay them whatever they possibly can.
Yeah, I don't. To me, that I just can't buy that. I don't think there's any legitimate reason ever to keep minimum wage the same for 10 straight years or more. Like I just asked you, how much does it cost to get a haircut? And I think your $20 estimate is probably on the low side. It probably costs more than $20 to get a haircut in Wisconsin. You got to work a damn half a day just to afford a haircut. When I was going to Burger King, $3.80 an hour back in 1988. My $3.80 an hour went way further than what they're paying them to work at that same job now, because they haven't raised the wages to match inflation. I mean, I could get a haircut back then for probably $4 or $5. So I only got to work maybe an hour and a half to afford a haircut. Now they got to work the half of a day or more to afford it. You don't see the problem there?
I can see the problem there. Yes, I understand. Again, if I knew that the solution you just talked about would not replace the solution that I talked about, which is trying to actually make the dollar go farther and actually increase its purchasing power, then I would probably be in favor of it. But the thing is, the long-term solution can't just be just pay people more money. It has to be.
Why not do both?
You have to make.
Why not do both? Until you strengthen the dollar, keep giving them minimum wages, make minimum wage increases that are commensurate with inflation until you strengthen the dollar. Why not do both? Why keep their wages the same for over a decade? If you want to work on what you're talking about, work on that. And when you're successful at that, then come back to the table. But until then, give them a minimum wage increase, because otherwise they're suffering while you're working on that.
You know, that might not be the worst idea, Tim. Like, I'm not, you see, I think you know me. I'm not an unreasonable guy. I have my reasons to believe what I believe. You know, so that's why I like coming on this program, because you challenge me.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, you challenge me as well. That's not a problem. But yeah, I don't think there's any excuse at all, any legitimate reason at all to keep minimum wage the same for 10 years when a business that's paying people that same low wage is charging more and more every year for their products. So somebody is making money, but except for the dude that's keeping the minimum wage the same. I think that's just really unfair. That's how you grow wage disparity doing that, where I'm able to charge more and more for what my good or service is, but my labor costs are staying the same. So I'm getting wealthier and wealthier. Meanwhile, the guy that works for me is getting poorer and poorer because his wages ain't keeping up with the cost of the prices I'm selling this shit for. I mean, before you know it, like right now, $7.25. That means if you work at a fast food restaurant, you got to work over an hour probably to even afford one of the combo meals that's there. That's insane.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Look, you know what? Your solution might not necessarily be the worst thing. But I would say one thing I'm a little afraid of is that do you remember there was a while back they were fighting for 15, I believe, in a lot of in a lot of cities.
Right.
And the problem is 15 an hour in Wisconsin is enough to get your own apartments and to live on your own pretty well, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. But the problem is that people's wants are unlimited while their needs are not. Minimum wage is supposed to be for the absolute minimum. Like remember, you're flipping.
If you're working a half a day for a haircut, that ain't even absolute minimum. That's below the minimum.
Right. But I'm saying, I would like us to remember what minimum wage is supposed to cover and but it's not. You know, it's supposed to cover just the basics. And if you know what, if it doesn't cover the basics, I can understand where you're coming from. That it's not doing what it's supposed to do. But if it covers more than that, well, then you should have a job. Like, you used to be a trucker, right?
I was an over-the-road driver, but I was in a van. I was a expediter.
Okay, fair enough. But that takes a CDL, right?
No, it depends on the company. Okay. I don't have a CDL. And I did it in a high-top Sprinter van all over the country.
Okay, right. But you know, there's certain jobs that pay better because they have higher requirements.
Yeah.
And they have more complex tasks. That's what I would hope that people would understand. That's what you get paid more than minimum wage for.
But that's exactly what I started out by telling you earlier in our conversation, that if you are a working man, the Republican Party, their only solution to you is you need to go get better training or quit the job. They're not going to do anything to help you. Their solution is you need to help yourself. Don't ask me for shit. That's kind of what you're saying now. That's exactly what you're saying.
Trust me, you don't want too much government overreach on anything. Like, the government can't even do a good job of giving you your mail.
I don't think the free market is that helpful either. And that's where you and I have a difference of opinion. The right tends to think the free market is going to solve everything. I think the free market is in favor of the haves as opposed to the have-nots. If you leave things up to the free market, I think the wage disparity will just grow and grow and grow.
I think that's just the Pareto principle at work, which is a natural phenomenon.
Explain.
Okay, so the Pareto principle, have you heard of it?
No.
Okay, so there was an economist whose last name was Pareto, and what he preached was that naturally, it's also known as the 80-20 rule. It's the idea that a large percentage of outcome is caused by a small percentage of inputs. And you see this a lot in companies. For instance, we know, that out of an entire company, 50% of the workers do about 90% of work, and out of those 50%, it's about like 80% of the most important work gets done by about 20% of the workers. That's a very common statistic. The same thing can be said in our economy. We have and anytime you naturally let markets just do their thing, you get a small percentage of the people who have some of the most important jobs get the majority of the money. And that's just, no matter how much regulations you put on it, you have to put your thumb on the scale in order to change that.
Here's my point. I don't care how trivial or how meaningless your job is. If you are doing an honest 40 hours of work per day, you should be making enough money to actually eat and put a roof over your head. I don't care how little or pathetic the work you're doing is. If you're able to, you want people to get off welfare. This is where it starts. This person is going and giving a full genuine 40 hours of work, 40 hours a week, at a job site, and he can't even afford to live somewhere. There are people like that out there. That should not be. I get that some jobs are more important and some jobs should pay more, but you shouldn't be working 40 hours a week anywhere where you don't even make enough money to feed yourself. You shouldn't allow people to pay people that damn low.
Right, I agree. But again, how we get there is just as important as getting there in the first place. If we get there through government overreach, trust me, it never stops, and it never does. And the government rarely ever does.
The reason we're having this conversation, but the reason we're having this conversation is because of free market overreach. It's because the government hasn't done. I mean, you don't keep the minimum wage the same for 10 years due to government overreach. That's free market overreach. The free market has been getting what they want. That's who wants to keep the minimum wage the same, not the government. So you can talk about the government being, the flaws of the government. But the fact is, what's happening now is due to the free market, busting unions and all. All of that's coming from the free market. That's not the poor healthcare system that people getting healthcare that's worse and worse at their places of employment to the point where they want to unalive one of the CEOs. All of that shit's free market related. That's not government. That's letting the free market have their way, and they're giving people less and less and less as things go on.
Yeah, but if you look at how it's done in a lot of places where healthcare is free, it's worse. Like the NHS in Britain, some of the best doctors come from there because they have such little resources to work with. The NHS is overspent, and a lot of their people are underpaid, including the doctors themselves. So the whole thing.
That sounds good until you talk to somebody talking about lines and underpaid doctors and a non-functioning healthcare. That sounds good until you talk to an American that has no healthcare at all. I would rather deal with that funky system than not to have anything.
You know what? That kind of reminds me of earlier when I was telling you why Greenland people would like us, because some of those people have no health care, and our health care would be a lot better than none.
I think healthcare in Greenland is a human right. I don't believe that's true. I think everybody in Greenland has healthcare. In fact, I think America is one of the only free countries on earth, first world countries on earth, where the citizens are not guaranteed healthcare. I think just about everywhere else you go, even some developing countries have socialized healthcare. I think America's kind of alone on that. I don't know if you got that one right. I got to move it on though, Jeremy. You know what I got to do. So.
All right, Tim. You know I love you, brother. See you around.
My sentiments exactly. Thank you for coming through. All right, moving on with the program. Will says none of these are moving because Trump. Oh, I saw that comment. I don't know if I agree with you there, Will, but Ed says only 22% of Queens is white. You said people of color are con artists. He's talking about being from Queens means Trump is a con artist. I don't know if everybody that lives in Queens, New York are con artists. I've been there, but I only been there for a short time, so I can't speak on that. Now, this is where I'm interested, because he talked about Mexico having a population of 1 million Caucasians that are there illegally. Has anybody ever heard that before? 1 million Americans are living in Mexico on an undocumented or illegal status. I see Further Great says yes as well. I haven't heard that one. Google 1 million Americans in Mexico without proper papers, mainly white. One brown person got deported back to the U.S., forgot her name. So even in Mexico, they're kicking the black people out. Wonder what would it be like to live in Mexico on an undocumented status? Is it hard to migrate to Mexico? We said the same thing about Africa, says Dennis, about taking away labor. Colonizer mentality. I did hear a little bit of that. I know what you're talking about there, Dennis Calhoun. Let me go back to the box. Ain't no way possible that an employee can make as much as an employer unless they make partner. Maga is nothing but excuses. CEO average 10 million a year. Yeah, the CEO of United Health that got it, Luigi Maggione put to sleep. for lack of a better term. He gave him a back rub and put him to sleep. The CEO of United Health, he was making $10 million a year. He's making $10 million annually, at least I think according to his 2021 or 2023 salary, which probably means he made even more this year. And they have the highest claim denial in the business. They were denying almost a third of the claims coming through there. It just shouldn't be. This is what I'm talking about when you let the free market make their own decisions. The free market makes decisions that benefit the free market. I've said this before in the video I had titled, What's Wrong with America? Things I figured that's right. And I think that one of the issues we have in this country is there are too many people chasing the almighty dollar and making immoral decisions as a result. United Health is a perfect example. You know, you got too much of that shit where people are willing to, for-profit prisons is another one. Nobody should be making money off of incarceration. Or that judge that Biden just pardoned recently. Biden gave one of the worst pardons I've ever heard of. He pardoned a judge that was involved in a cash for kids scandal, where the judge is deliberately sentencing kids to jail time because he's getting a financial kickback from somebody who owns the for-profit institution that they're being sentenced to. Too many people in this country are chasing money to the point where they'll sell out any damn body. We talk about socialism and fascism and Marx. We don't talk about how bad capitalism can be. There's a lot of bad avenues for capitalism. We make it sound like capitalism is great. You can start off at the bottom and end up rich. Well, what about all the folks that capitalism keeps in the poverty pool? We don't talk about that. There's a lot of bad aspects of capitalism too. I think Greenland would only abandon Denmark if Russia continues aggression, especially in the Arctic. U.S. presence would be a better deterrent than the Danish. Isn't Denmark part of NATO though? I mean, they don't have to give up Greenland to get U.S. protection in that area. Now, Greenland is not part of NATO. I don't believe they are. So I guess I see a little bit of validity what you're talking about. But if Greenland becomes property of the United States, I mean, like I just talked about, all of the negatives of capitalism, we are going to exploit Greenland for their resources, because that's the first thing we do is we look at countries based on money. I mean, isn't that what Trump said about Iraq? I would have kept the oil. Wasn't Trump talking about doing that to Iraq? Well, he's certainly going to do that to Greenland. For you know, they're going to be drilling all over their damn country. Maybe they don't want that. You know, certain animals and wildlife get fucked up. I mean, there's wildlife in Greenland. We don't care about that when we chasing money. That was the whole issue with the pipeline. Is the Native Americans, didn't want a pipeline on their land, or they believed it was interfering with the wildlife. We don't care about that. We want the money from the pipeline. Who gives a damn if a few animals die in the process, or the Native Americans' territory get violated? We want the money. You don't think that's going to happen in Greenland as well? I mean, that's the history of the United States. We care about money. We don't care about all that other shit. I am a trucker. New trucks average 48 to 50 cents per mile given if they all go. Wait a minute, let me read this again. I am a trucker. New trucks average 48 to 50 cents per mile given if they go all 48 states over the borders and bad dispatch. That's not a living wage. Yeah, that's kind of the reason why I got out of the over-the-road business, is the wages were terrible. The brokers were taking too much of the money. That was the reason why I got out of it as a expediter working for Panther. I got out of it for that same reason. But that's the problem, is that a lot of businesses are getting rid of W-2, flipping you over to make you 1099 or a contractor, which causes you to lose all of your benefits. And now they don't want to pay you much money with now you're working strictly for cash. Once you become a 1099 or a contractor, a lot of jobs are doing that. A lot of places are doing that, getting rid of you as a W-2 and hiring contractors like Amazon. That's why they're saying that their employees cannot strike, because they're contractors and they're not even employees of ours. So they won't even barter with the union. And here Jeff Bezos is second richest person, at least in the country, second richest person in the country. And he got people like that working for him that have no benefits, won't even let them unionize or anything like that. That's free market. That's how the free market works. I think you need the government to step in and stop that shit. If they want to unionize, they should be allowed to unionize. Pay $500 a month for Kaiser. Haven't gone. Oh, I paid $500 a month for Kaiser insurance. Haven't gone to the doctor in 15 years. Then how do you know your $500 is well spent? I'll go to the bots after this, but I'll tell you this, my own personal story. I was paying $125 a month for, you ever heard of Car Shield? You see the commercials on TV, Ice-T and Vivica A. Fox. This is insurance. Now, I know it's not medical insurance, but this is how insurance companies do you, and this applies to medical insurance as well, which is why I'm asking him, was it $500 well spent if he hasn't been to the doctor in 15 years? I had not had any car issues for 3 years. I was giving him $125 a month, talking about Car Shield. The minute my car broke down, I had a $3,000 repair. I had quite a bit go wrong in the engine. They didn't cover any of it. They made an excuse not to cover any of that. So the question is, was my $125 a month I spent well, was that money well spent? Probably not. They took all my premiums, and then when I needed them, they did nothing for me, a la Luigi Maggione style. Well, what I'm saying is the same to you, Ed G. You're saying I pay $500 a month for Kaiser Permanente, I guess that is, Kaiser Insurance, but I haven't gone to the doctor in 15 years. Well, you could be like me with Car Shield, where you're paying, and then one day when you really need them, they may not be there for you. So your $500 a month don't sound that expensive, but until you see what happens when you really need them, you don't know if that's money well spent, because I thought I was doing great with Car Shield. Like, well, if something go wrong, they're going to be there for me. They were not there for me. They were not. And I agree with you, Trevorman. That's what insurance companies do. Yeah, so that's where you need the government to step in, because the free market is why that happens. The government should step in and give them a playbook of sorts on when they can and cannot deny claims. There should be, you can't make up all kinds of bullshit. If somebody's medical professional has access to them and says they need this operation, you shouldn't be able to deny that from an office in Los Angeles. You're not even around this person. How do you know what they need or not? Twisted77, good evening. Welcome to the program. The government is why that problem exists. No, I don't. You and I going to disagree on this, Twisted. Give me your spiel on this.
Okay. So when we're talking about insurance, did you know that companies are not allowed to sell insurance across state lines?
I've heard of that, yes.
Okay. That's a government regulation. Okay.
But does that apply to auto insurance companies?
Yes, it does. As well as health insurance.
What do you mean you can't sell auto insurance? So you're telling me Geico can't sell insurance in certain states? I don't think that's true. What do you mean?
Well, what it is, let's say you own an insurance company, okay? And you want to sell, you're in Ohio, okay? And you want to sell it in West Virginia, neighboring state. You have to create a separate entity and open a new office. It's a whole new company. It might be a subsidiary of your company, but it's a whole new entity. You're not allowed to sell across state lines. So what that does is,
but you just gave an easy loophole. You just, like you said, create a subsidiary. That's an easy loophole.
That's not a loophole, though. That's a whole other process. You basically have to create another company in order to sell in order to sell in another state. Most companies don't bother doing that. You can't just sell it.
Why wouldn't you? Why would Why wouldn't you do that?
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. And I'm sure this applies to most states. All right. Tell me, in your state, how many major insurers are there? Probably like 2, right?
I have no clue.
Okay. Like here in Pennsylvania, there are 2. Anything else is pretty much a fly-by-night company. It's a tiny little thing. You're not going to get anything. So you got 2. So it creates these huge monopolies of just a couple of companies, and other companies from other states can't come in and compete.
I don't see how that could
be. They're not allowing the free market to take over. They're not allowing those companies to have competition to bring those prices down.
Okay, here's why I said it's a loophole and why I disagree with what you're saying. If you got a successful company in Pennsylvania and they won't allow you to go into New York and sell insurance, but you just admitted all you got to do is create another subsidiary and then you can sell it there. How if you got a really successful company, that's not going to set you back that much money to just start another business in New York and do it there too. Why wouldn't you do that?
They don't do it.
Why
I
not?
don't know why they don't do it, but how the hell should I know? I'm not in the insurance business.
I don't think that's that big of a. You think it's something that's a huge hindrance?
I'm telling you what I know, because back when they first were proposing Obamacare, okay, one of the things the Republicans were knock it off. Were doing at the time, one of the things they asked for was to just get rid of that regulation so that the insurance companies could sell in other states and compete with those big companies there and bring those prices down, create competition. Okay, and they said absolutely not. They
Well,
don't want to do
first of all, let me just say
that's
this.
a simple solution.
That
right?
ain't gonna help, because here's the reason why I don't think that's gonna help.
Well, how do you know it won't
let
help?
me explain it. Because first of all, if I don't have a job and I don't care how, if you bring the prices down, if I have no income, I need Obamacare. I need something that covers me if I can't afford anything. And that what you're talking about ain't gonna do that, first of all. Second issue is, even if you allow me to sell insurance in other states, you're not forcing me to provide coverage at any level. So I can sell cheap insurance, but at the end of the day, when it comes to answering claims, or you're not forcing me to do any of that. So yeah, I'm able to sell across different states and all, but I can still rip people off.
Okay, well, here's the thing, though. You dog. So if you're not allowed to, if I lost my train of thought because some little puppy is driving me nuts. If you're allowed to sell across state lines, okay, if you're allowed to have that competition, right? And you're not paying your claims, guess what? You're going to go out of business, right? You're not going to be able to sell there. No one's going to buy your stuff.
Tell that to United Health, and they're selling insurance in every state.
But that's how they got as big as they are. You don't get it.
No, I don't get this at all. I'm not getting this at all.
Because you're not listening.
I'm listening, and I'm just not hearing
listening. Yes, each state has different regulations. I know that. There's somebody in the comments there. But you're not allowing that competition to happen. And so therefore, you only got a couple of companies, and they can screw you over 6 ways from Sunday, and where else are you going to go?
I would tell you this: if you allowed people to sell insurance across state lines, there's a lot of other businesses where you can sell things across state lines, and they still find ways to monopolize and only have one or two companies. In the oil industry, there's only one or two. I mean, they can sell oil everywhere. In the telephone industry, you got a couple giants like AT&T and Verizon. They can sell phone service everywhere. So allow people to sell in different states. That's not going to stop what you're talking about, because other industries have shown they can continue having monopolies even with that in place.
Yes, and we have laws against real monopolies. Like you remember
government
back in the day.
Exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes,
you need the government.
I totally agree with that. I'm not over here telling you that we should have no government regulation, because that's stupid.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm telling you
what I'm saying.
Too much regulation causes businesses to stagnate, and not enough lets them go run wild. There has to be a balance. And right now, we don't got that balance.
No, we don't have that balance. I think we've let the businesses run wild. I mean, employees can barely even unionize nowadays.
No, I don't think we have.
Really?
You forget, I'm a business owner. I'm a CEO technically. Okay, and I've seen nothing but more regulation. I have not seen less.
What business you in?
I'm in the restaurant business.
What regulations?
I got one store.
What regulations are you dealing with that you think should not be there?
What regulations?
Yeah, I mean, like you got to have your place inspected. I mean, you want them to remove the inspections?
No. Now, why you make some kind of
I'm just asking you, what regulations are you dealing with in the restaurant business?
No, those exist, but they get tighter and tighter every year.
How much do you have to pay your waitresses? What is the minimum wage for a waitress?
I don't have waitresses.
But you're in the business though. What is the minimum wage for waitresses?
$7.12. No, you don't have to pay waitresses minimum wage because they make tips. So any tipped employee does not have to be paid minimum wage.
Right. That's a regulation. That right there is a perfect example of that's a giveaway to the businesses, as opposed to, because I don't believe that makes it so your waitresses now are desperate to get tips. because you ain't paying them shit.
Well, I don't have waitresses.
Okay, all right. So what regulations are you dealing with?
If you want me to speak on something I don't know necessarily about, because I have counter people that make minimum wage that take tips.
What are your?
But I don't.
What regulations are you concerned with? What are you dealing with?
Oh shit! Again, a lot of it's taxes, more taxes, always more taxes. Take, and then just tighten everything up. Like, I get a test every year for particulates in the water going out of my drains. Right? They test me 3 times a year. They charge me for each test, and the regulations on how much dirty water, how much oil and grease can be in dirty water, gets less and less every year. So I used to pay somebody to come out and clean out my gear shaft once a year. Now I have to come out 4 times a year.
Well, you can always open up. You can always have a restaurant
there. No,
you can always do business in Flint, Michigan. I don't think they have as many water restrictions.
I'm just giving you an example.
I get it. I get what you're saying. But I just think that if the regulations you were concerned with or stuff like that, I might be willing to entertain the issue. But I think that when you start removing when you start making it so that employees do not get a fair shake, like they can't unionize, or their health care is getting worse and worse, or you're not giving them benefits.
Yeah, it's funny you should mention that whole not unionizing and Jeff Bezos, right?
Yeah.
Who does he back?
He's going to meet with Trump that I know of. He certainly don't back the liberals.
Trump.
Hold on, let me answer your question. Not only is he going to meet with Trump, he also refused to let his newspaper endorse Kamala Harris, even though that paper had been leaning left for years. All of a sudden, he prevented his own newspaper from endorsing Kamala Harris. He ain't leaning left, I'll tell you that much.
Well, okay, so he didn't like Kamala Harris, is what you're saying. But prior to that, it was always leaning left.
Well, so was Elon. Elon used to lean left too.
He was a leftist. Yeah, right. He was a leftist. He doesn't support unionizing and stuff like that. So that's kind of funny that you should say that.
I don't know if I don't know
for the working man and for the union. No.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't see any evidence that Bezos. I don't see any evidence that Bezos ever was left. When was Bezos left? What are you basing that on?
Well, he backed left stuff.
Like what?
His papers. I mean, if you own a newspaper and you don't lean left, and your newspaper's leaning left, if they're endorsing every Democrat except for Kamala, and that's your newspaper, right? If you were leaning right, you sure as hell wouldn't let your newspaper lean left, would you?
It depends. If I can make it depends. Listen, I may lean left on a lot of social issues. Let me respond to your question. I may lean left on a lot of social issues, but if I open up a news network and I realize I could make a lot more money going in the direction of Fox as opposed to MSNBC, I would look, just make me money. I don't give a damn what politics you're involved in. If at the end of the day you're gonna give me X amount, you can run the network. I would find a producer or whoever runs the network, just run it the way you think is gonna make me the most profit. I would be okay with that.
But I'd like somebody in the comments. Could they look up to see what Bezos where he leans? Because I'm sure he's got. So somebody said he donated millions to Democrats. Now I don't know if that's true or not.
I have never known Bezos.
I'm sure one of these thumb thuggers in the comments could sure look that up in about 2 seconds.
Yeah, I have. I mean, because I would, you know, Trump with the whole George Soros and Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates. If Jeff Bezos was donating money, Trump would be attacking him. I don't recall the right ever really going after Jeff Bezos. He ain't known to support the left like that. Otherwise, the right would have been going after him like all the other billionaires that have supported the left. They go after all of them. They haven't went after Jeff Bezos, which is a clear example of he hasn't been supporting the left.
It's funny that so many of these billionaires support the left. Don't you think?
There's a lot of them that support the right as well. The Koch brothers, they were billionaires.
I don't think there's as many that support the right as support the left.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I think
Jeff Bezos. I mean, you got Bezos. Buffett.
Bezos does not support the left. You're trying to force Bezos into a category, but I don't have any evidence for that.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna go walk up to my computer and look it up right now.
And I don't have any evidence
Well,
that
you
Jeff
know what?
Bezos.
That's an issue I have with your program is that you don't have the ability to fact check. I mean, you're sitting in your office, you should be able to have a computer right there and just look it up real quick, right?
I don't, if I look up everything that we talk about, it's a slow to program down.
I mean, it doesn't have to be everything, but if it's something like this.
Well, but I didn't say it. You did. If you say something like that and then you tell me something I disagree with, then yeah, but I asked you, give me some evidence that makes this for why you're saying Jeff Bezos leans left. If you give me something and I disagree with it, I look it up. You didn't give me anything.
Mm-hmm.
I see Travelman says
was given money.
Travelman says Bezos donated millions of dollars to Democrats and Republicans. So that's what one person in the comments is saying. He donated money to both sides. I haven't heard, but hold on a second, Twisted, hold on. Will says this is in regards to insurance. They are petty, especially the car warranty companies. They don't cover certain bolts or gaskets, and it is one of those. And if one of those breaks down and ruins a whole part, it is not covered and they won't pay out. That's what they told me, is that steering fluid leaked under my engine and it took out, it went into the engine and caused all kinds of problems. And they said, well, we don't cover steering. So anything the fluid destroys, well, we don't cover that either. And I had like a $3,000 repair. And yeah, that turned me off to them. Like, 'cause if that's the case, you can come up with an excuse not to cover shit pretty easy by saying something like that. And yeah, I'm not and that was after I had tried to get them to cover something else and they cover like a third of it or something. I was already having problems with them. I'm like, I'm done with them. But like I said, if you're putting money out on insurance and you don't know if they're going to be there. I
never heard of that particular one. I never heard of that particular one. You were
Car Shield?
Before you said it.
Car Shield?
Yeah, I'd never heard of it.
They got to be the biggest car warranty company there is. They got commercials and everything out.
Not in my state.
What state are you in?
Pennsylvania.
They got to be there. There's no way they're not in Pennsylvania. You just haven't seen the commercials.
I've never seen a Car Shield commercial.
That's a nationwide.
Not once.
That is a nationwide company, for instance. I'm sure they're probably there.
Okay, well, you might be right on Jeff Bezos and being for a Republican leaning.
And I didn't know that.
At any rate.
And I wasn't trying to criticize you. I didn't know that.
Gates,
the reason why
Bill Gates for sure.
Yeah, for sure, Bill Gates. I didn't know about Jeff Bezos. The only reason why I came to that conclusion on Jeff Bezos is that any very wealthy person that contributes to the libs, Trump and MAGA in particular, are going to attack them. The fact that they have not attacked Bezos let me know that this guy must not be doing a lot for the left, because otherwise they would have been all over him. Because everybody else, Bill Gates and Zuckerberg, they're constantly attacking those people. They ain't said shit about Bezos. So that was a clear example. He ain't done much for the left.
Well, he does it for both.
Okay.
He seems to be like Switzerland. He's right in the middle there.
All right.
So it's tough to find anything that nails it down completely.
All right, well, so stop putting them in that category.
Like Zuck. So hey, I'll admit when I'm wrong.
So will I. But no problem.
But Gates, Zuckerberg, Buffett, the big ones that we know about. I'm not talking about all the other billionaires that we never hear about because we don't know who the hell they are because they're not in the public eye.
Right.
They all lean left.
Yeah.
Which is weird. Because they're always talking about soaking the rich, but why? If you're rich, why the hell would you want to back the party that's trying to take all your money?
Because there is a such thing. Because there is some people who do believe I got enough money to take care of my great grandkids, and I don't mind you taxing me a little bit more. Everybody ain't
well, if they got so much money, why ain't they just giving it away?
Because they don't want it to just apply to them.
Wait, no, I mean, why ain't they just giving some money away?
I'm sure they are.
They can give away half their fortunes. They'd still be filthy rich, but they ain't doing it.
Well, Bill Gates promised to give away his whole fortune upon death. Him and his wife. They're going to give away all of their money.
Well, you know what? If they don't, who's going to hold them accountable?
Well, they've given away a ton of money while they're alive, too, though. They've given away a ton of money while they're alive as well. Like, I don't know Elon Musk. Elon Musk is very intelligent. He's created a lot of very successful businesses, but he ain't known as a very generous person. I don't know of huge charities or anything that's bragging about how he ain't known as a very generous person. I mean, like some people when they're now he may be doing it privately. I'm not saying he's not sharing, but what I'm saying is he ain't known for it. So unless he's doing it and keeping it quiet, he ain't known for somebody that's really generous.
All right. But he's also an immigrant. Aren't they supposed to love immigrants? Especially ones that bring jobs, bring money. They don't love him. They hate his guts. Look, you got to do nothing but talk shit on him.
I don't.
He flying rockets. He's making electric cars. They used to love his ass until he bought Twitter.
No, they
And
used to.
suddenly he was public enemy number one right after Trump.
Yeah, you're right about that. They used to love his ass until he got involved in politics. The same way you guys loved country singer Dixie Chicks and Taylor Swift. Y'all didn't have a problem with them until they got involved in politics. Once you start picking sides, that's what
I
happens.
can't speak on either of those. I don't listen to country music because I hate that shit.
But you don't need to. I don't listen to country music either. But I know the right canceled the Dixie Chicks. I know the right hates Taylor Swift. I don't listen to none of her music. You don't need to listen to the music to know that. You can just watch the news or listen to Maga and hear them criticizing the shit out of them.
Some people do, yes.
Right.
I've heard them.
So that's what
I
happened.
personally don't care because
Elon got
celebrities don't mean
involved.
shit to me.
Elon got involved in politics, and that comes with consequences. If Elon had became a liberal, he would be getting attacked by the right. I mean, that's just the way it is. He got involved in politics, and he basically
was on the left.
He
was on the left. He
When?
was left leaning before this, and then he said, "You know what? I'm done with this."
I don't believe it.
I'll give the man respect for what he's done with Twitter.
What
Yeah,
was
I
Elon doing to make you say he was on the left?
That's what he said.
No, he could be lying about that. I don't remember Elon Musk being known as something. Just like I told you before, if somebody has all of that money, Trump is going to be attacking him. Trump's been in politics almost 8-9 years now. I don't ever remember him attacking Elon Musk. If Elon Musk was on the left with all of that money, Trump would have been attacking him. There's a reason why Trump has not attacked. That dude ain't been on the left. I don't know anything about Elon being some big Democrat.
But he also didn't say shit about Trump. He also didn't say shit about Trump either.
Okay. Is that the bar?
So why would he waste his time going after somebody that never went after him?
Colin Kaepernick didn't go after him. He went after Colin Kaepernick without a problem.
Fair point, but still, what Colin Kaepernick did, I don't.
Then he would find something.
agree with.
He would find something that Elon Musk did. I mean, Trump go after plenty of people that don't go after him first.
Nah, that's because you guys hate Trump. I've seen just the same shit on the left as you guys see on the right.
Okay, I'm just
Yes,
simply
you can tell me
saying.
my conversation is twisted because you're an idiot.
I'm just simply saying, if Elon Musk was on the left, you would have heard Trump criticize him. And the fact you haven't heard a peep out of Trump over his 8 years in politics.
That's your opinion.
Okay, all right.
Because you act like Trump goes out there and does nothing but talk about people on the left. Like
Billionaires?
on the left, he's there in his
billionaires. Yeah, he would.
How many celebrities are out on the left that he don't talk about? You never heard him speak about.
No, he just says Hollywood.
But how
sucks.
many of those same celebrities are out there screaming about Trump? Look at De Niro's ass.
You gonna tell me Trump ain't never said nothing about Robert De Niro? Really?
I didn't say that. I was just saying about De Niro.
If you are a well-known celebrity and you're attacking Trump, I don't care if you a B-lister, he gonna attack you back. I mean, it's just Trump is not gonna let you say some shit about him without him responding. If you got any sort of an audience, hell, I'm surprised he ain't said something about my black ass by now. I gotta move it on, though, Twisted.
All right.
All right, man. Good talk. Appreciate it. And tap the screen, folks. You guys know how this program is ran. It's all about free speech. We can get down and dirty and be a little critical of each other, but at the end of the day, it's all about free speech here. So tap the screen. You really expect Trump to talk shit about every celebrity to ever talk shit about him? Yeah. If you're talking about Trump and you're getting an audience, Trump will fire back at you. Yeah, I do expect him to do that. Yes. The ladies on The View he's talking about. I mean, like I said, Rosie O'Donnell, he called her a fat bitch. Rosie O'Donnell, she wasn't that big of a celebrity when he went after her. Ellen DeGeneres, Richard Gere. I mean, you name it. Trump is one. Yeah, yes, I do believe that if you are a celebrity and you attack Trump, there is a high likelihood that you're going to get some negative tweets or what is it, X now and Truth Social. Yeah, he's going to come back and fire at you. Yes, I do believe that. Going back to the box, and MAGA likes it. MAGA likes some firing back like that. Real quick before I continue with the program, what is that? I didn't see make sure I didn't see a spammer in there. No, I did not. I'm gonna go ahead and take. Like I said, folks, if you guys are sending the same shit over and over again, I don't like taking folks out, but avoid sending the same. This is for my YouTube audience. When you say the same shit over and over again, I ain't got no other choice. Anyway, continuing on with the program, Will says it costs to be the boss. Stop complaining. You want employee responsibility, but employer money. Yeah. Well, and I will say that too. That's one of the, I've always said I think that's one of the reasons why everybody say, this generation of kids don't want to work as hard. They don't work like we used to. They don't pay them like they used to either. As I just gave the example of me working in Milwaukee as a 16-year-old, making $3.80 per hour. I could afford, a day's pay. What are we talking about? $25 well, I worked only 4 hours part-time or whatever, but I could afford a haircut. A paycheck might be, I could afford a pair of tennis shoes. Nowadays, you paying them $7 an hour. They can't afford shit with that money. I mean, what is a 8-hour day at $7.25? That's less than $60 for a day. You may have to pay $3 or $4 on a bus just to get to work. And if you got a car, it's gonna cost even more. That ain't shit. And that goes to my viewer that was trying to suggest that $7.25 an hour in Wisconsin was a decent salary. That's insane. That's insane. I mean, minimum wage should be at least $10 an hour, even in places like rural Mississippi and rural Alabama, where the cost of living is pretty low. It should be at least $10 an hour by now. The idea that you could work for an hour and not even be able to afford a McDonald's meal at the place you're working shows you what I'm talking about. The combo meals cost more than what the employee earns in an hour. He got to work over an hour to buy this sandwich and fries and pop. We didn't have to do that when I was coming up. So that's what I'm talking about. I think the prices, the cost of goods and services, the inflation of that has greatly outpaced minimum wage because we kept minimum wage the same year after year after year. We've allowed the small businesses. Well, if you raise the minimum wage, it's going to hurt small business. If you, as a small business owner, need the minimum wage to stay the same for 10 straight years, you don't make enough to be a small business owner. You need to get out of this business. You should not be allowed to keep the wages at that low for that long. Maybe a year you've had a bad year, but 10 straight? That shouldn't be allowed. Continuing on with the program real quick. I do know Trump hates Bezos. I haven't heard him really say much about Jeff Bezos. It's because Bezos has more money than Trump. Trump is a petty drama queen. The only reason Trump likes Elon is because Elon is giving him money. I definitely believe that. I definitely believe Elon Musk bought his way into our society, into our elite level of politics. I agree with that. MAGA reacts. Good evening, MAGA. I see we MAGA friendly. We're doing good today. Good evening. I don't know if he's going to bring them up though. Wages haven't kept up with the cost of living for 50 years. Well, it's gotten way worse. It's gotten way worse over the last 30 or 40. Way worse. So I agree with you though. It hasn't kept up with the cost of inflation. I'm 50 years old, learned to trade at 16 and started at 18 an hour in the early 1990s. Good on you. Good on you there. I don't know what happened with my last guest. Let me try to bring up another one. I was trying to bring up MAGA Reacts. We'll see if it works again here. $280 million on the presidency. I thought it was 400, Michael Jones. 400 plus I heard that Elon put behind the Trump campaign. The Adelsons donated over $300 million to Trump. And that's what I was going to tell my last caller, he said that, there's more billionaires that vote left. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that the left makes a bigger fuss over billionaires. I think the right makes a bigger fuss over billionaires giving money to the left than the left makes a fuss over billionaires giving money to the right. Like, I know the Koch brothers for years were pumping money into the Bush campaign and giving, the left was saying something about it, but nowhere near to the level of, how the right talks about Bill Gates. They make Bill Gates and all them folks sound like they just are peddling poison to society. So I think there's plenty of billionaires that give money to the right. I just think the left don't highlight it as much as the right does when it's happening to them. The Koch brothers was running Wisconsin stress travel, man. Yeah, the Koch brothers was putting a ton of money. Now, they didn't like the remaining Koch brother. He doesn't like Trump, though. He doesn't like Trump. But during the Bush era, yeah, they were funneling a ton of money to the Bushes. Let me try with my other guests. I don't know what happened with MAGA Reacts. We're entering either a fascist state or an oligarchy. I would say the latter is more likely. User, good evening.
You took my whole soul.
Okay, apparently he's busy. All right, we'll move it on. Apparently that caller was. We're in continuing on the Koch. What does that say? Koch brothers and Heritage Foundation. Is there a ton? Now I'm assuming there is. I was gonna say, is there a ton of money in the Heritage Foundation? But I guess the answer would obviously be yes, considering the members of that foundation. And now they have a hell of a lot of power. Now Trump is adamantly stating he has nothing to do with Project 2025. I think 6 months from now, we'll be able to have a much better conversation on that. Now, I said earlier, before I think I said it right after Trump won, maybe even before the election was concluded, when Trump was saying he had nothing to do with Project 2025, my response was, let's see if he starts appointing people that authored Project 2025 into his administration. I said that would be a telltale sign that he's lying and he does have something to do with it. I didn't expect him to actually follow through, but he has indeed. A lot of folks who authored Project 2025 are now working directly for the Trump administration. So there's a but he's still saying, he is still adamantly stating he has nothing to do with 2025. He has no intentions of invoking Project 2025 on America. And maybe he's telling the truth. My humble opinion, I think the odds of that are pretty low at this point, but maybe Trump is telling the truth and he has no intention of pushing Project 2025 onto the American people. Here's my stance on it. Imagine some far left publication where it talked about giving transgender equal rights and letting them play for their own team of choice, go to whatever bathroom they want. CRT was going to be taught at every school. DEI was going to be the law of the land. And this publication, as far left as it is, was written by a whole bunch of liberals. And all of a sudden, a liberal president won the presidency, stating he had no intentions of ever doing something as far left as that, but he started appointing a bunch of the authors of it to his administration. I'm talking to my beloved MAGA when I say this. You know damn well you wouldn't believe that liberal politician when he said he wasn't going to do that. If he started appointing all them people that wrote all of that shit to his administration, you know damn well you would not believe that liberal president when he said, well, I'm not going to do this, though. When he got all of them authors in his administration. Well, Trump is in that position. So I'm only saying this for folks who seem baffled as to why the liberals keep thinking he's going to promote Project 2025 when he's clearly said he's not going to do it. Just imagine how you would feel if the tables were turned. You wouldn't buy it either. You would not buy that. So understand why a lot of liberals ain't buying it. It doesn't make sense that he would appoint all of them folks who, you know, even if Trump doesn't deliver Project 2025, you know the people that he is appointing that wrote it, you know it's in their hearts and minds. So even if Trump doesn't deliver Project 2025, he is appointing a bunch of people who believe in it, and you got to assume it's going to be in the way they govern. So there's going to be parts of that people are going to be fighting off. I don't think there's any way to avoid that. Will says, I wanted to respond to a super chat I thought I saw in here. Would you be a successful businessman if you did exactly what Trump did? I don't think I think you got to make a lot of mistakes if you lived the life of Trump. I think you got to make a lot of mistakes not to be very successful. You got a father that's willing to give you, as Trump said. Let's just take Trump at his own word. Trump said he turned himself into a billionaire, starting with $1 million loan from his dad. Now, everybody believes he inherited a hell of a lot more than just $1 million from his father. But let's just say $1 million alone. I would suggest to you, I got a few hundred people watching. If your dad or one of your parents loaned you $1 million before you were out of your 20s, I bet there's a bunch of folks that are watching right now that would be multi-millionaires or maybe even a billionaire. Because a lot of folks that were Trump's age when he received that $1 million loan from his dad, most folks that was his age, I'm talking about white guys, even white guys that were Trump's, they couldn't find a bank in the country that would give them $1 million. So Trump is way ahead of the game. Your dad is going to give you $1 million loan. Even if I don't have a single hit on my credit at all, I'm not going to get $1 million from any bank in the country. So you're way ahead of the game. Somebody, $1 million they're going to put in your hand. You ain't done shit. You got a college education. That's all you got. And you're able to receive the backing of $1 million. So I do say that I think it's hard to, you should be successful if you're in Trump's situation. And that's assuming, as I said, that he only received $1 million from his dad. I think everybody believes he received a lot more money than that because his dad was incredibly wealthy. When his dad died, who do you think the money went to? So unless you really make some really awful moves, if you're in Trump's situation, you should be doing well. So it ain't like he, pulled a rabbit out of a fucking hat. I mean, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and now he's rich. Is that really, that a huge accomplishment? You had access to $1 million before you were even 30? Something that 99.9% of Americans have no access to? You should be rich. Real quick. It ain't like he invented something or, came up with some good or service that nobody had ever used. I mean, you got $1 million to invest. If somebody puts $1 million in your hand and you got a dad that's worth significantly more, you know how many investment opportunities are going to open up to you? People going to give you tips and shit that other people can't get their hands on. I'm assuming that, what they call it, insider trading, all of that stuff was probably far more prevalent back in Trump's days. He had assets when he was, a contractor in New York, working with the mob, doing shit, shady shit to move cement and things like that. You got the mob controlling the unions. I mean, he had a lot of advantages. A lot of advantages. You should be rich. That's not that big of a stretch that you turned out so well. You had some of everything working in your favor. As Further Great says, DEI Trump. Yeah, you got all sorts of opportunities that you didn't earn. Also, just because of your dad, just because you were white, just because of the circle you were in, he got all kinds of opportunities that he didn't earn. You should be rich. I don't think that's that big of a stretch. It ain't like he started from the bottom, now he here. He started off damn near the top. For me, if I did all Trump did, no fucking way I would be under the jail. Well, greed, though, Will. Some of that's, I don't think, I will say this in regards to Trump. You said if you did everything Trump did, there's no way you would be dealing with criminal charges. Trump ran for president. I hate to follow along the witch hunt claim, but I do believe that if Trump had not run for president, those criminal charges probably would not have happened. Well, obviously, if he didn't run for president, January 6th would not have happened. So the whole Fonnie Willis stuff, the whole election interference stuff doesn't happen. The Alvin Bragg case in New York, I've said this before. He would have made it. His attorney, Michael Cohen, his fixer, would have been working with Letitia James or Alvin Bragg or whatever the case may be. Okay, my client, evaluated and devaluated his property, and apparently it's in violation of the law. It would be some kind of fine, and it would go away. They went after him and threw the book at him because he is a president that they didn't like. I do believe that him running for president, just like Hunter Biden, they went after Hunter Biden because they didn't like his dad. So some of that is true, that they're going after Trump because of him running for president. I do believe some of that's true. Not all of it, but some of it. Because January 6th, I don't absolve him for January 6th. That's a different case. Trump doesn't even own all his properties because he is irresponsible. He has responsible joint ventures. I have heard that. Whatever the case may be, he's making a killing. I'll just leave it at that. That's not answering the question, Tim. I'm asking you if you were yourself and you did exactly what he did, undervalued properties and stiff workers' pay. Well, if I had his money, though, I could probably get out of it to some degree the same way he did. If I had his money, now if I stiff folks over and I didn't have his money, I might be put under the jail. But if I was an insanely wealthy person, even as a black man, I might be able to get out of it. Money buys you a lot of privilege in America, even for African Americans. I mean, O.J. Simpson is a perfect example of somebody that received a lot of privilege because he had money. If O.J. Simpson was a regular, everyday, average black dude, he probably would have been executed by the state of California or died on death row. Money buys you a lot in the United States. It looked like it might buy Elon Musk, Speaker of the House, or even further up. Ossie Rosie, good evening. Welcome to the program.
G'day, mate. How are you?
I'm doing good. Wow. Where are you at down in? I used to live there where are you at down in Oz?
Brisbane.
Same place I lived. I lived in Cooperoo, Highgate Hill, Kangaroo Point.
Kangaroo.
Yeah, Kangaroo Point. All of that.
I'm about an hour from Cooperoo.
Okay, all right, nice.
I'm Moreton Bay, Redcliffe area.
I used to work at the Redcliffe Hotel out there, right across the bridge.
Bullshit.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I had a very, very cooperative Aussie friend. She lived at 12 Bradley Street, right there in Redcliffe. That was her address. That was her address, 12 Bradley Street. I'll never forget it. Had good times there.
I might have to see if she still lives there.
No, she don't. She don't. She moved. She moved before I even left Australia. Because I followed her to the next location, but I'll never forget 12 Bradley Street. It's kind of like the summer of '69, so to speak. Had a real good time there.
Sounds like a good time here.
So what brought you on from down under? What brought you on here? What did you hear?
Well, I've been following you for quite some time. We have difference of political opinions and that, but like you definitely like this is what we need. Like in here in Australia, like it's I'm assuming the same in America and that. Like the left and the right, like we need to agree to disagree a lot better, and that and come together in the middle and just okay, you have a different opinion, I have a different opinion, and that you're still a good bloke, I'm still a good bloke. At the end of the day, you've got kids, you're a good father, so on and so on, and that let's just leave it at that.
Right.
Like.
Now, when you say, let me ask you though, when you say you differ from me politically, now in a strict, now you guys have, what is it, the Labor and the, what are the two parties there? The Liberal Party over there leans right and the Labor Party leans left, if I'm correct, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you are a liberal?
Not, I'm a minor party, so like what... So like the Green Party, not the Green Party, but like you guys don't have minor parties over there.
We do, they just don't go anywhere.
Yeah, well they don't go anywhere, but here they do, in a sense, where they get Senate seats or like congressional seats, so to speak. And then it goes to votes in the Parliament House and all that sort of stuff.
Okay.
So it's similar but different.
So you said you disagree with my politics. Give me some examples of some of the things I favor that you disagree with.
So I particularly like Trump, what he was doing when for the geopolitical stuff in the Indo-Pacific region, because there's a lot of Pacific Islanders in America, so like the Samoans, Tongans, Fiji, and etc. So in the last 4 years, there's been a lot of Chinese pushing through that Indo-Pacific region, like the Papua New Guinea, Fiji, Cook Islands, etc. Whereas in Trump's 4 years, there wasn't, because he was pushing back that investment into where, say, like Tonga was needing, say, $50 billion, and China would come in and go, well, we'll give you $125 billion, knowing that you can't pay that back. So we'll own ports here, and here. Okay, so we can get our ships
that really ain't no different than some of the tactics the West would do. We just don't like it because they're doing it, and we don't benefit from it. That's how we kind of do things.
Absolutely, and I agree with you absolutely there. But the thing that I don't like as an Australian is that the Chinese investment into our country, and that is, it's very paramount to us in a way where a lot of the foreign ownership of land here is getting under Trump, and that there was not so much, especially the Chinese investment.
Yeah, but what does Trump? How does Trump factor in if your country is allowing the Chinese to buy up land and shit? That isn't that the fault of people in your country?
Well, we have a Prime Minister at the moment, Anthony Albanese. You have one look at him, he looks like a ferret. He just looks like a ferret.
Hey, when I left, Howard was still in there. That's how long it's been. Howard was still Prime Minister when I left.
Yeah, the George Bush's mate.
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, lied Australia into Iraq.
Yeah. Well, you guys follow America you guys are the only country on earth that's been our ally in every war. You fought in every war we've had.
That's the one thing that I strongly dislike about us, though, is that we every time we bend over and take it. That, like, theoretically, like, every time, like Iraq, we jumped and said, "Yep, we'll do it." Afghanistan,
you do know you would be speaking Japanese if it wasn't for us, right?
Oh, here we go. Yeah. I know that. I knew that was coming.
You know that. There's a reason why you're bending over and you're bending over and taking it, because you do know that you guys got one of the, in my opinion, one of the best countries on earth. And if it wasn't for the United States, there's a lot of other countries that would realize this is one of the best countries to conquer. So
absolutely,
yeah.
I just hate how it's always like, Australia's always been like, if you're a mate, and that we'll like, you lived here, so like you know what our culture's like.
Right.
If you're a mate and you need us to defend you, we will to the death. And that goes for America. Like, if America needs Australia, we'll be there, and we'll be the last person to leave.
You guys have been there every time for us. But I'm still not hearing, what about my politics you disagree with? I never really spoke on China buying up property in Australia. I've never really discussed that much.
I know with Harris's the $25,000 first home buyers grant, that's already been adopted here in Australia, and it tanked our housing market. Because, well, say that I wanted to get my second home. I'm not wealthy and that, but like I wanted to get me second home and whatnot, I'd have to pay an extra $50,000 for that home, where and also the property would automatically go up by an extra $25,000 because you're adding that ground on top of it.
So what you're saying is Kamala Harris's proposed $25,000 home credit was bad. You would not have favored that.
No, I wouldn't.
Let me ask you some more, because well, you seem more favorable to Trump. Now I know in Australia you guys do not have what we call Second Amendment rights, the right to own. It's a lot harder to own a firearm. Is that something you would favor in that country, to allow people to own guns like they can in America?
I have a. Can you say the G word on here?
Just you can say pew pews. How about that? Pew pews.
Okay. I own a pew pew. Okay, it's a lot harder. You got to jump through hoops. You got to have a mental health check and all that sort of stuff, which I differ from the conservative side in America. I'm in favour of that, because I wouldn't want a crazy person who's got a few screws loose in the top attic to.
Yeah, but when can you own like carbines and stuff, like, carbines like an M16 or an AR? Can you own all of that?
No. Okay. No.
Do you believe that Ozzy should be able to own that?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
For me, as a culture thing, I just don't think it's necessary. Like, for myself, like, I don't foresee a reason in this country, and there hasn't been a reason for since 1788.
No, when the Japanese invaded you guys during World War II, you had surrendered all of Queensland. You could have used it then.
No, we didn't surrender all of Queensland.
No, but you were about to.
Slightly. Give me 1 second.
All right, I'll give him. Yeah, it's a good conversation. I appreciate him coming in from Australia. I want to make sure I didn't miss a super chat. Will, I see your question, but yeah, I definitely think that if you got money, you can buy your way out of stuff. So that was the answer to that. Well, I'll give him a minute to come in, otherwise I have to move on. But yeah, the pew pew thing, I do think I think that most first world countries where they have a democracy or a republic, whatever you want to call it, most first world countries do not want our pew pew freedoms because of all the problems. Who was it? The baby oil guy that once said, "More money, more problems." Wasn't that the baby oil guy that's serving time right now? He said, "More pew pews. There are problems that come with pew pews." And
So I was getting your kids some water.
Okay.
It's currently 37 degrees here, so that's about 100 and something Fahrenheit.
Wow. Now you're out in the middle of Brit somewhere. You said you're near Morton Bay or something like that?
Yeah, okay. I might be near the water and that, but it's still fucking hot.
Right. I used to love the Morton Bay bugs. Oh my God. I used to love a nice fish and chip shop. I would love to be there for that, man. Man,
I tell you, if we ever have a white Christmas here in Australia and that, we're fucked.
Yeah, if you have a white Christmas, unless you're in Hobart, if you have a white Christmas in Australia, the planet has really went off.
Oh shit! Yeah, I'll 100% believe climate change is real.
Yeah, that's like a white Christmas that would be our version of a white Christmas in Key West or something like that. That ain't never gonna happen. But I do got to move it on, man. Wow, but I do appreciate you coming through from all the way down there, man. Listen, my door is always open to you. It's going to be a little bit more of a challenge because the politics of your country is so different than ours. But it's always going to be a pleasure having you on, man. Thank you.
You're welcome, my brother. You take care.
You too. Appreciate it. And I'm trying to think, what time would it be? I should have asked him what time is it here? It's 11, a little bit after 11 p.m. Central. So I guess it would be about 4 or 5 in the afternoon over there tomorrow. Isn't that the way it is? Yeah, you add 4 hours on. So about 3 or 4 o'clock on Saturday in the afternoon, 3 or 4 o'clock, almost evening time over there. They're like 15, 16 hours ahead or something like that. I really missed it. I used to live over there and enjoy myself over there. 3:17. Yeah, okay, 3:17 p.m. 3:17 p.m. Saturday. Yeah. Yep. Oh, good times, man. Good times talking. You right in the area I used to live in. Oh my God, right in my area. Or used to have fun in rather. I lived in closer to the CBD, but certainly partied in your area quite a bit. Briz Vegas says, I don't know who that is in the comments. Somebody else sounding like they're from Brisbane. I can't find my spectacles. Back when I lived in Brisbane, I didn't have to wear glasses. I could fucking see. Devious Chris. I get it all. Oh man, I can talk about everything from Noosa to Surface Paradise and Coolangatta. Oh my God, I had some good times there. Let me go back to the box. Continue on. I'll try this again with First Watch. Good evening. Maga Reacts, I'll try to bring you up next. For some reason, you're having problems coming up. I don't know why. Ain't nothing but Americans from Britain, Australians are what? Ain't nothing but Americans from Britain, Australians are.
That's you.
Good evening.
Yeah, what's up, Tim? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing real good. You see what's on the screen? I'm asking this question. Is Trump on a land grab? We talking about Greenland. We talking about Panama. We talking about threatening Mexico, making Canada a 51st state. What is your boy doing, man?
Oh my God, Tim. Let me say this, and I know I done been on you about 3 or 4 times, and we're not gonna agree on nothing that I say.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Give me your point.
I know that because you said you left of Bernie Mac and all the way to Maga.
I didn't say nothing about Bernie Mac. I said we go left of Bernie Sanders till I'm having dinner with you. Bernie Mac. Okay.
Yeah, but you know, everything I say is controversial, Tim, and I'm sorry that I got in. You let me in, but let me tell you something about what you're saying about President Trump. America was built on certain things, okay? And right now, it's like it's a reconstruction of America.
Explain.
When I say that is everything has changed. Everything. Even when I hear you talking about our allies and we're this, and trust me, Tim, when Trump get in office, we're not going to have the same allies that we had before.
So
we're going to have.
So everything is changing, but it's happening because of Trump, right?
Is there anything wrong with that? It has to be an initiation from somewhere in order for things to change. You involved and you done better. I've heard you talk about you've been in Australia. You've been in different places and you have evolved into a better person. I see you. You know who I see? Man, you're a beautiful, an American black man. That's what you are because you involved and you understood and respected the rules of law in America that helped you be able to accomplish the things that you need to accomplish at this point in time.
Okay, but I got someone in the comments like K.O. Miller is saying, for instance, okay, yeah, things are changing. He says, but he is changing it for the worse. I mean, yeah, you're right. Things are changing because of Trump.
Okay, well, listen, the world, the vote was split 50-50. You're going to have people that's on one side that's going to say that the world is changing for the worse, and you're going to have people that say the world is changing for the best. Right now is how you say it, it's a flip coin. And you always said it, and I hear you said it. We have to wait and see what happened. Trump not even in office yet.
Yeah, but I'm 100% behind waiting and seeing. But let's say, for instance, Kamala Harris had won. We weren't going to wait until she get in office to criticize. People were going to criticize her, like my last caller was talking about her $25,000 home credit. You're not going to wait to see if somebody's making a promise that you disagree with. You're not going to wait till they're in office before you start criticizing something you know you disagree with now. And some of the stuff like taking the Panama Canal and Greenland, people disagree with that stuff now. Should they just shut up until he starts doing it?
No, that's not what I'm saying, Tim.
Okay, what are you saying?
That's not what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is it's not that people have to shut up because it's a negotiation process that has to be gone through. And we're fundamental Americans. And the point that we at right now of our freedom and the things that we have to understand that America provided those things for us. In order for you to be on this platform and speak and say the things that you need to say, somebody had to take a stance.
What? I just talked to a dude in Australia. America ain't providing this. TikTok is a Chinese app. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What do you mean a Chinese app?
You said America has provided the ability for me to be on here talking, or for us to be on here talking. Yeah. I just talked to somebody who lives in Australia. He could easily get on there and talk to somebody who lives in the UK. America has nothing to do with this.
Yes, America do.
How?
Yes, America do.
In what way?
Because America is the leader of the free world. So that is America's stance. When I lived in Australia, perfect example, America ain't the leader of the free world. That's what Americans say. Let me ask you something, Tim, and it's totally off the subject. Right now, if Australia, you're speaking on Australia, what is this world about? This world is about winners and losers. Let's leave it to that. Okay? Right now, Australia is not in a position. Australia just like Canada? Why do you keep saying Australia? Why do you keep saying Australia? Okay, what are you saying again, though? Go ahead. Tell me why I keep saying Australia. Because Australia is what you just brought up. You're not saying it right. That's what's making it funny. You make it. Okay. Well. It's like you saying screet or scrimps. I mean, you're using the SC like Sam Charlie. Well, I come from Sapelo, Georgia, so right. I don't say. I'm not here to mock you and make fun of you. But when you keep saying it over and over and over again, it became. I couldn't help but notice it. You said it about 10 times. But okay, keep going. But my point is America stands up for everyone. I don't buy that. I don't buy that. What you don't buy? What you don't buy? I don't think America stands up for everybody. Tell me, and I was hearing you about this is off the subject too, about Canada, saying about America going against Canada and they'll get Russia or they'll get I believe China that. But they dictate. But China is a dictatorship. Russia is also a communist place. I don't think Canada, the way they so friendly and stuff, I don't think that they would prefer to go to a dictatorship and a communist place over someone who's trying to strategically create a foundation that can fight against communism and dictatorship. I don't think that Canada would allow China or Russia to partner with their country because Canada don't lock their doors. They much different from everybody else in the world, and China is ruled up under a strict dictatorship. Yeah. And I don't care how much money they give out. That's just like you. You could beat a woman. You could go there and look. You 6 feet, 6'3"? I hear 52 years old. 6'6". Yeah, you could beat your woman. You could beat your woman in the house and everything. Do you think that when she get an opportunity to say something and speak up against what you're doing to her and the way she's living and how she wants to live, when she sees someplace else that's better or someone else let me get in here. The reason why I'm saying that is this. Now, I agree with you that Canada would probably prefer to be partnered with America, another country that's very similar, as opposed to Russia or China. Hold on. I agree with that. However, if America starts acting out of pocket and making decisions or trying to conquer Canada in some way, fashion, or form, that could change depending on the promise that Russia or China made to them. Maybe China makes a promise that we're not going to impose our communism or our fascism or our type of government on your country. Just give us a certain amount of money and we'll provide you with a little bit of security to allow you to be free and not have America take you under their rule. So I agree with you that Canada don't want to be with Russia or
or China, but they don't want to be taken over by America either. And if America starts acting out of pocket, they may change their stance, because it's the difference between voluntarily doing something and having another country force you to do it, against your will. That's when they may do it differently. And like, listen, I normally would be okay with the United States, but now they gonna come over here and just make demands and try to take control. Fuck it, I'll work with Russia.
Well, with you saying that, I want to use another example about a woman living in a house with her husband. When you say that you would listen, Russia and China will never change. And Canada is a place that even Americans look up to. Americans go to Canada because of their freedom, their goodwill, the kindness, and you can't get that if they side with China. Matter of fact, Russia right now even talking about negotiating with Trump. You know why? Because of the same thing you talking about with Canada siding. You see, Russia already know that the war that they fighting against Iran is a war that they cannot win. Oh, okay. Thank you, Tim. I'm so sorry.
Hold on. Let me just interrupt you to say this. Hold on. Hang on. Hold on. Let me interrupt you to say that. When you say that Russia and China will never change, you do realize the notion of America taking control of Canada means that, people in Canada probably thought America would never change either. Our relationship with America will always be strong. They'll never change and force us to do stuff. So you can't say that Russia or China will never change when America is making a huge change from the way they fundamentally operated. If America can make that big of a change, then so can Russia and China.
Yeah, I know, but I really disagree with you on that statement there. Okay. Because one thing about Russia, China, and America, the only difference about that is we call America, what they call it? Every time we elect the president, the leader of the free world.
That's what we call that shit. Other countries don't refer to our leader as our president as like I said, when I lived in Australia, they didn't call the president of America the leader of the free world. That's something that us Americans with our exceptionalism, the way we're taught American exceptionalism, that's what we teach each other. The rest of the world don't view us like that. That's America making it sound like we the big dog. Everybody else is like, look, I understand they provide some military protection, but they're not viewing us as some kind of, supreme being like we always say we are.
That's true, Tim, but you're here. You're in America. You're not in Australia no more. You stayed there for a short period of time. I heard you talking about that. Evidently, what you're saying is a contradiction of what it really is.
How is that?
Because what you're saying, people don't see America as that freedom that they can do something that they can't do in their own country. I can never agree with that. Even if it's only one thing that their kids can be born broke and they could die rich. Even if it's only that.
How many Americans? To me, that is chasing fucking rainbows. Now, I agree with you. A lot of Americans say that. Hang on. A lot of Americans agree with what you're saying, is that makes America a great country because you can be born poor and die rich. But when you look at the actual results in America, how many kids are born poor and they die rich? Very, very few. It sounds great. It's like saying I could play the lottery and win in America. But how many people actually win the lottery? Most kids in America, probably over 99% of them, that are born poor do not die rich. That is something that can happen, but it is very unlikely to take place for American children of any race. It doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, but that still is something that you could strive for as an American. You can't strive for that nowhere else.
You can.
Matter of fact, I have a bro. Matter of fact, go to Venezuela or any other place that's in the world.
That's not true. If you want to compare America to Venezuela, yeah. But if you're talking about the UK or France or Germany, there are plenty of places you can be born poor and die rich that are not in America. That's why you got to come up with Venezuela or North Korea somewhere. When you start naming first world countries, you
Not
can
really,
do that
because
there
the places
too.
you name, yeah, well, the places that you name is they're living by class. So even though you're changing it and saying a different stance, but it's still the same.
You don't think America's living by class? All the wealthy people living in gated communities and shit. You don't think that's class is happening here?
No.
Really?
No.
Okay.
No. I don't, and I'm gonna tell you.
You can barely even send your kids to school with wealthy people because their kids are going to schools your kids can't afford. There's plenty of classism in America.
How many wealthy people are in America that own schools and they're segregated?
That ain't what I said. I didn't say they own the school. I'm saying they send their kids to private school where you and I can't even afford the tuition to send our kids there.
Yeah, well, maybe you and I can't afford it now, but some other people that's a part of a different class can afford it. Just because you and I can't afford it, that doesn't mean that this doesn't exist. So what you're saying, if not everyone, even the worst of the worst, and I this is one thing that I hate when I talk to certain people, because they try and make it seem like everyone supposed to be, it's like the diversion and equality. Everyone's supposed to be on the same level and equivalent. We go to school together. I'm quite sure you was in school with a lot of your other friends and stuff who wasn't on the same standards with tests and doing the same thing that you was doing.
So what's your point?
I'm quite sure you was. My point is that's not the way the world works. What you're doing is you minimizing and minimizing human life by trying to say that if everybody is not equal, then it's not fair. How? If everybody can't learn the same, we have different methods of learning. Some people learn by vision. Some people learn by sound.
I don't understand where you're going with this.
Some people learn by sight.
I don't understand where you're going with this.
Give me a minute. If you give me 1 second, I'll let you know where I'm going with it, because you're the one that's talking and telling me that. And we left from talking about Germany and talking about classism. And that is what we were speaking on. And I was trying to show you that you're saying, no, everywhere is the same. And I'm trying to show you that everywhere is not the same and is not equal.
I'm telling you classism is alive and well in America. And you're saying it's not.
It's not. Because in America, the reason why we have so many problems with all the different activist groups and stuff like that, because it's not classism. If it was classism, we wouldn't have that. Let me tell you something, because everybody would understand their place. In America, we still stuck on this.
What is classism in your? What is the definition of classism to you? What do you think classism is?
Okay. People with different classes, people who born in a certain society group, who have a certain amount of money, who doing certain things, and you don't.
That doesn't exist. You think you're in the same class as President Trump, who was born into money? You don't think he's any different than you?
Wait. Give me a few seconds to answer that.
Take your time.
Because. All right, so what you're saying, I'm born in the same classism as Trump, is I can't directly say yes, but I can't say no. Because when Trump was born in classism, we had the same opportunity. Regardless
No, you did not. No, you did not have the same opportunities as Trump. No, you didn't. Yes. Go ahead. I'll give you the last one. I gotta move on. There's no way in hell you're gonna get me to believe that. But go ahead.
I'm gonna let you move on, and the reason why is because I know a lot of people who have a lot of money and their kids, and they leave their money, and their kids supposed to run and take care of their money, and they fail.
Okay, that does happen. That does happen to some people.
They don't grow. I know a lot of people who fathers and mothers who rich, who had money and this, and their kids are lousy. Okay. They nothing. They nothing. They low lives, and they will never be nothing. They and their parents built and did so much for them and broke the laws in order to get them in certain positions, and it still never helped them.
All right.
Now,
okay, real quick, wrap it up. I got to move it on. But go ahead. What's your point?
Wrap it up. No, my point is when I said that Trump and we had the same opportunity, I didn't mean we had the same money. The money doesn't mean anything. It's an opportunity and a knowledge. That's the only thing that I'm saying.
All right, fair enough. I disagree with all of that. I'll talk about it on the other side, but first watch. Thank you for coming.
That's all right. I'll be on your next live and we'll talk about it again.
All right. Thank you very much. Now,
thanks, Tim.
Appreciate it. Now, what he said is he's not talking about the money. He said we had the same opportunities. I vehemently disagree. First of all, the opportunities come by way of money. Period. If your dad is a millionaire many times over, like President Trump's dad was, the opportunities for his child is going to be vastly superior to the average American child. So you can't talk about opportunities and remove money from the equation, because money is the root of many opportunities on earth, period. Elon Musk would not have all the opportunities he's having in Washington if he wasn't rich. So he's trying to remove money from the equation and say, well, we both had the same. No, you didn't have the opportunity to go to the same schools as Trump. You couldn't hang in the same crowds as Trump. If you were looking for a job, you didn't have the same contacts as Trump. You didn't get any benefits of nepotism. You're not even in the same universe as somebody like that in terms of opportunities. I mean, Trump could be walking around as a 4 or 5 year old, and his dad is already looking at folks like, when my kid gets old enough, I need him to come work for you for. I mean, already got opportunities out there. You're not even in the average American. You're not even in the same universe as that. So he was trying his best to suggest that classism doesn't exist in America. I couldn't disagree with that anymore if I tried. Will G says Trump is only doing personal retaliation behind a resolute desk. In Panama, they kicked Trump out for not paying taxes. I did hear about that. And squatting on a tower. Now he wants to take the canal. I have heard that Trump had some issues in Panama. I didn't look it all the way up, but you said he wants revenge? I heard that. I didn't look it up more. Tim, I have never been up on your panel, and I've been following you for over 2 years, and you let I tried to bring you up, and you weren't there. So I do. He said you let. I've been following you for 2 years, and you let that man up. That's First Watch has been up before. That's kind of funny. You didn't agree with First Watch. He didn't have a good outing. Is that what you said? God, that is funny, user. That is funny though. Come back and stay. What does that say? Come back and stay in the comments. I didn't see what that was. What was that there? Come back, but stay in the comments, says Alicia. Let me go back to the box and try this again. That was funny. But you let that man up. All right. Maga reacts. Good evening.
Hey, what's up? User, you could just get on YouTube and rewind the video. He let you up when you were like fighting with your wife or something.
Yeah, I let people up. I don't run from me. You can have a difference of opinion that is completely opposite of mine. I bring everybody up. So what am I hearing wrong though? What am I saying wrong? I appreciate you coming through.
No, like with the thing about Trump having the same opportunities as like you and me, it's like, back in the day in England, you have to be like a noble or a lord to be rich.
Wait, say that again?
Where, like back in the day in like England, you had to be like a noble or you have to be from nobility to be rich. You couldn't just become rich. You had to be like born a royal to become king.
Yeah, we don't have royal. Yeah, we don't have royal classes, but we don't have kings and queens. We have Rockefellers and Kennedys. You already know anybody born with that name in that family is essentially just like born royalty. The Elon Musk family, for instance, or Bezos family, that name anybody born in that family is going to be no different than being born in the Queen's family in England. You're going to have a ton of money and privilege if you're born in that family.
Well, yeah, in time, but Bezos started out in a garage back in like
but what I'm
20,
saying
30
is
years back in the 90s.
Yeah, but you're talking about Bezos. What I'm saying is we've always had the Kennedys, we had Rockefellers, we had the Hughes family. I mean, we've had families like that in this country. We've had dynasties.
Yeah, but a lot of these families started with nothing. You know, just because we're not rich now, like we could become rich and then our kids would have the same opportunity.
Yeah, but you can do that in
we all start at different places, but the opportunity is there.
But you're making it sound. But you and my last caller both are making it sound like if you're born poor in France, there's no way you can ever become wealthy. You can become wealthy there as well.
I would say it's a lot harder in France. There's a lot more restrictions.
It ain't easy in the United States.
I mean, it's not easy anywhere, but it's easier. I say it's the easiest in America. It's not easy, and it's not, nothing's 100% equal. But the results are never going to be equal, but it's a lot easier here than anywhere else.
But let me give you the counterpoint. While you believe it is easier to start at the bottom and end up wealthy in America than anywhere else, you also can fall further down in the bottom in America than you like for instance, most of those countries, they don't have homelessness. They don't have people that have no health care. I mean, so the floor is deeper in America as well. Yeah, there's a very high ceiling if you can reach it, but the floor is also much deeper in America. You can fall much further down on your ass, and more Americans do that than they get wealthy.
I would agree with that too. I think poor people here probably live better than like poor people in China or a lot of these countries.
No, we're talking about stick to Eastern Europe. I mean Western Europe. Now you're going to China. Yeah, that's different. But I'm talking about first world countries.
Okay. I mean, it's very hard to compare America to a smaller country. That's the other thing that annoys me. Like most people trying to compare
one of the states,
like Norway, to
then pick one of the states of America and compare it to one of the states in Europe. I mean, you got the EU versus the United States. If you want to compare Mississippi to Greece, you can pick a state in America and compare it to a state in the EU.
Like in the end, I think America has created more opportunity, and that's how we've gotten to where we've gotten through technology invented by Americans. Like earlier, you were saying, TikTok's Chinese. Yeah, that's true. But if it wasn't for America, like we wouldn't be at a point where you could have an app like TikTok.
I don't buy that.
It was invented here in America.
Yeah, I don't buy that. There's tons of social media users. There are successful social media platforms where Americans are not just like there are big musicians and big actors and actresses out there.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we wouldn't even have social media if it wasn't for America.
And I'm disagreeing with you on that. I'm saying that there are big social media platforms out there where their predominant users are not Americans. There's stuff that exists outside of America. Just like there are big musicians, big actors and actresses that make most of their money and most of their audiences are not American. People always think that every gateway to being wealthy goes to America.
That's not what I'm saying at all. You're misunderstanding me. I'm saying Facebook was invented in America. MySpace was invented in America. All the internet was invented.
You don't think that they have social media platforms that were invented in other countries that we don't use that are huge?
They're copies of our.
It ain't gotta be a copy. They do invent stuff.
They're copies of.
See, that's
we invented the internet. It's like if America didn't exist, you think there's a possibility if America didn't exist, we would have no internet. We wouldn't have the level of technology that we have right now.
You do realize when you say if America, here's the issue though, when we're giving America credit for all this American exceptionalism and how great America is, you do realize most of the people in America that are inventing these great things are immigrants from other countries. Their doctors come over here to make a big paycheck, but they're literally.
That supports my point. That actually supports my point.
Yeah, but that's not Americans though.
I said the country of America. I mean, no one's American. Like in that case, it was on. I'm talking about just. I'm not saying American. I'm saying people here in America.
That would be like saying
provided those opportunities.
Yeah, that's like
Native
saying
Americans didn't invent everything.
That's like saying that Americans. That's like saying that baseball players in America are better than anywhere else. But you got Japanese and shit coming over here because they can make more money. No, that's not an American baseball player. You bought somebody else's shit and they're playing in your country. Just like a lot of the doctors and inventors. Those aren't Americans. We just paid them more, so they came over here.
What I'm saying is you can't even get rich playing sports. And now I'm stretching it, but it's just a lot of these opportunities were created by this country. And unless you have a time machine, there has to be something here that makes this stuff happen here in America. Other countries have invented stuff and have done a lot of great goods, but a lot was achieved here in this country because of the opportunity it provides.
What is the guy that was married to the Spice Girl that played soccer, and he's like one of the world's wealthiest athletes? He ain't making his money from America.
David Beckham.
Yeah, he made a ton of money that had nothing to do with America. So what are you talking about?
No, I understand that, but again, like, America has contributed so much, and there's a lot of opportunity. I'm not saying there's no opportunity in other countries. I'm just saying it's easier here.
I'm saying there are plenty of opportunities in other countries. There are heaps of what is his name? I used to listen to when I was in Australia. Robbie Williams, virtually unknown in America. Huge singer. Robbie Williams hung around with Simon Cowell huge singer, unknown in America. You guys worth tens of millions of dollars. We making it sound like you can only get rich by coming. No, there's plenty of opportunity.
No, I didn't say Europe. That. I just said it was easier here. You're twisting my words. I didn't say it's impossible in other countries. I'm just saying it's easier here.
Okay. Well, the fact is that
it's easier here, and that's the reason a lot of these things get done here. Because it's just easier.
It may be easier here, but it ain't by much because most Americans have no chance of becoming wealthy. So it might be easier here, but that ain't something big to brag off of because most Americans never accomplish wealth. So it sounds great that it's easier to do it here, but if you're not doing it, it ain't that big of an accomplishment.
I'm not saying it's guaranteed. It would be impossible to guarantee that everybody's successful. Someone has to lose. We can't all win.
I would rather, as opposed to focusing on how easier it is to get rich here, knowing I'm probably never going to be rich, I'd rather focus on shit that I actually can achieve, like a longer life expectancy, sending my kids to school without them getting shot, having access to healthcare, having access to college, things that I actually can get, which you get that stuff in Europe. The stuff you're talking about, even in America, most Americans are never going to see that. Whereas in Europe, the stuff I'm talking about, most of them are getting that.
No, we'll see. The way I see it is, I think America provided opportunity first, and it's easier here, and we did it first, and I feel like these countries are some of them are just copying our stuff, I
think one of the reasons why it is easier to get wealthy here is because our laws are tailored so that if you do have wealth or if you do achieve wealth, they don't force you to share it. The tax system gets more favorable to you. You don't have to pay your employees an increasing wage, where in other countries, the minimum wage keeps going up. I think our laws are favorable to you if you become wealthy. So once you get in that bracket, things are going to be more beneficial to you. I think our laws are more friendly to the wealthy than in most other European countries.
I think the whole country is friendlier and easier to get wealthy here than other countries. I'm not saying it's impossible in other countries. I think it's easiest here.
Yeah,
whether it's because of opportunity, whether it's because of less regulation, whether it's because of less taxes.
Yeah, because our country is favorable. Our country, once you get money, once you start making money, our country is more favorable to you not having to share it and to be able to keep it all. The tax, like I said, the tax system starts getting easier and easier. You get to claim more things on your insurance. Everything is in place for you to continue getting wealthier and wealthier and for it to snowball. Whereas if you're in Europe and places like that, they don't let their citizens become homeless and hungry and shit like that. So when you start making a bunch of money, they force you to share more of it. So it's going to be hard to enter these upper level brackets because they share more in their country than we do.
Yeah, I agree with you there, but I think that has its problems. like you're never gonna have a big explosion of technology or of riches without. Yeah, because
all of the technological advances that come out of Germany, and you're saying something like that.
Like I said, it's not impossible, but I think it kneecaps certain businesses. I think it kneecaps certain businesses, and it makes big businesses thrive because I don't see that. They can handle those taxes better. I think more taxes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think more taxes. Yeah, they help everybody, but they also hurt the small business that just doesn't have the accountants and doesn't know the loopholes like the big businesses, and I think it keeps
is just an excuse for the wealthy not to share. Those other countries are doing it just fine. Their businesses are doing okay. They're innovating. They're creating things. I mean, they got their medical systems are fine. I'm talking about first world countries because every time we had these discussions, people have to bring up China and North Korea and Venezuela because they can't compare us to Canada or France or England because it doesn't hold up. So they have to. If you compare America to other first world countries, they're doing just fine. They're inventing and they're innovating and they're doing just fine.
I know, but we were doing fine first, and because our system was good.
Well, wait, hold on. You do realize when you got a hell of a lot of people in your country either working for free or working for pigs' wages, you are going to have a head start. I mean, America was founded on a ton of free labor, and then we went from free labor to having people work for shit. I mean, you should be ahead of the game.
No, but you got China and India who've got way bigger population than us by a lot more. We have like a tenth of their population, but you don't see them inventing, a ton of stuff. It's just the opportunity is not there. The drive.
I think because we have a mindset of American exceptionalism, we don't talk about stuff that they do because we want to look like we're the best and brightest. Just like when African Americans just like when African Americans were inventing stuff, and we didn't want people to know, we didn't tell them. The Chinese probably invent all kinds of shit that we don't know about because we don't want people to know that.
I don't know about that, but I mean they do invent stuff, but. What I'm trying to say is not the exceptionalism; it's the opportunity and hope.
I'm saying it.
The fact, even if it's not true, the American dream leads to these inventions. Just because people think, if they invent something, they can get rich off of it, that gives them gives them motivation to invent things.
Yeah.
But if you know you're going to be good no matter what, because the state's going to always take care of you, why have ambition to invent things? If you know that you're going to be happy in middle class or lower class and, you don't need to get rich. Why even have a motivation to invent things to get rich?
But what I'm trying to say is that mindset, I think the Western European countries show that that's not accurate. There's plenty of innovations and inventions that come out of countries that do look out for its people. We have this belief, if we give social safety nets, everybody's going to get lazy and nobody's going to want to work. There's tons of countries that are doing it.
We've already had this fight. It was U.S. versus the USSR, and U.S. won, capitalism won over communism. We've already had this argument.
We're not talking about communism. Nobody's talking about communism, though.
But a lot of what you're saying sounds like communism.
No, that's because that's a Republican talking point. They said the same thing about Obama when he wanted to get universal health care. That made him a socialist just because of that. No, that ain't. None of the countries in Western Europe are communist countries, but they look out for their people.
And I'm not against looking out for their people, but I think the opportunity here, the way this system works, gives a lot more better motivation. And I think there's less people thinking there's systematic racism and stuff like that. There's less things stopping you from getting rich here than in other countries, including, like you said, taxes and regulations and class and racism. There's so much less of it here that it's easier here to get rich than anywhere else. And also, let's agree to disagree on the rest of this. Also, a lot of people get money, a lot of lottery winners get money and they lose it. Because when you give somebody money, it's like, giving someone a fish. They're just going to eat the fish and be hungry again. Like
I don't-
they
yeah,
have to earn it.
I just think that's
And
an
just
excuse. Yeah, I just think that's an excuse not to help people. Well, if I help you out, you won't appreciate it. So I'm not going to give you shit because I want you to appreciate what you earn. That just sounds like an excuse not to help people out to me.
This has to do more of the Trump argument. That Trump, is he successful because he's a hard worker, which I think he's proven that he works hard, because I've never seen someone work as hard as him. And
I never seen nobody start. I never seen anybody start out as far ahead as him either.
No, there's a lot of people that started out way richer than.
I don't know anybody. Yeah, I guess you're right about that.
Well,
but you will acknowledge that Trump had a start that is further along than 99.9% of Americans, right?
Yeah, but also, like, his dad died in, like, 1999, so Trump was already rich and wealthy, and he already, had a brand and everything in 99.
Okay.
When his father didn't pass away and leave him a lot of money. When his father, passed away, Trump was already rich and famous.
Do you realize just the connections his dad had alone? His dad was a real estate mogul. Trump grew up and made a ton of his money as a real estate mogul. That means all of these connections, people were doing business with him, even though he has no resume because of his dad. His dad didn't have to leave him a penny. Just all of that nepotism is worth millions of dollars.
I agree with you. Trump started out ahead, but he got far as well. Like, he started out ahead, but from where he started to where he ended, he traveled a far distance. It's not like he started out at X point and stayed at X point forever.
That's like that's like me giving you $1 million and telling everybody that you are the son of Joe Biden and expecting you not to succeed in Delaware. You should be rich. I mean, you got him as a dad. You got what was his name? Fred Trump. You got him as a dad. He owns half of New York. His dad did. His dad don't give you $1 million plus all of his connections he got access to.
His dad didn't own half of New York.
His dad owned a lot of shit, is what I'm saying.
He owned a few buildings, enough to be rich in that time. I mean, he was rich. He wasn't poor, but he didn't own half of New York.
You make it sound like he started from the bottom and worked his way up or something.
Again, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying he started in the top and got way in the he started at a 7 and got to a 10. Shit, he started at 7. He started in the 99%. When he started in the 1% rather. He had $1 million in his hand before he was 30. How many Americans during that time period, back in the 60s or whatever, how many Americans, even white people, that was that young that had access to $1 million before they was 30? He's way ahead of the game. You gotta look at it like this. How many people go from millionaire to billionaire? And it's not a lot. To get to millionaire, it's
I think that
if you used to be, but to get to billionaire, that's a lot further.
I think if you adjusted, let's say, I don't know how much $1 million would be now, but if you adjusted for inflation, let's say $1 million.
It's not going to make you a billionaire.
No, but I get that. I get that. But hear me out. Let's say if you had $1 million in 1960, how much would that be worth in 2024? I gotta assume it would be worth many multiples. I think it would be a lot easier if you had that amount in your hand in your 20s to become a billionaire, and you got your dad's contacts as well, I think you're well on your way.
Again, I'm not arguing that. He started out ahead, but he also got very far on his own. Just because he started out ahead, didn't if he stayed exactly where he was, then yeah, I would agree with you. But he got ahead. A lot of people that start there end up behind. They end up losing that money and being poor. I mean, name me a rich Rockefeller. Isn't that family broke? The Rockefeller are all broke right now.
I don't know what the Rockefellers are doing, but I'm just going to say that's like somebody put $100 million in your hand right now, and then 50 years from now you're a billionaire and you're bragging about how much hard work you put in. That doesn't sound like that to me. That seems like the path you are.
No, sorry. If I gave you $100 million right now, more likely you're gonna lose it or stay there. It's very hard to go from 100 million to even 2 or 3 billion.
Not if you got 50 years to do it.
It's easier than starting out at 0, but it's. I don't think it's that easy.
Okay.
Because I've had $1 million and I blew it. So I see how
I don't think you see. I don't think you see all this in it. Not only am I going to put $100 million in your hand, I'm going to give you a free education at the Wharton School of Finance. I'm going to give you access to all my contacts. I mean, how much more can I prepare you for wealth?
Let's put like this. It was Trump Jr. or whatever, Donald Trump that made that name famous. It's not like Biden, where Biden, his dad, made that name famous and he's living off of the name. Trump was the one that made that name like the most famous name in the world right now. It wasn't his dad.
No, I'm not saying that Trump didn't take it to another level. What I'm saying, though, is that Trump is somebody bragging that he's at 70,000 feet when he inherited a rocket for Christmas. Okay, yeah, you're doing very well. You're on a trajectory where you should do very well.
Well, a rocket's a good metaphor because how many rockets fucking explode and how many actually make it to the moon?
I gotta move it on.
That's a good analogy. You just made my point for me.
I can't believe you said that if somebody gave me $100 million, I would find a way to go broke. I
said it's possible. I didn't say you're guaranteed to go broke, but you're not guaranteed to go rich either.
I don't know many. I can't think of a single person that was worth $100 million and went broke.
Father, if you take away the starting point, what would be special about Trump? Nothing, right?
Yeah, it would be a lot special about him. If you took away the $1 million, you took away the assets and the value of his dad, then he has done something really big.
Yeah, I mean, it would mean more, but
okay, it would mean a lot more.
My point is, there's nothing special about him. Like back in the old days, just being born into a rich family, you could go from broke to a rich. And if you're not born in a rich family, you're never going to do that.
He didn't go from broke to be. I mean, his dad literally handed him a loan and instantly made him rich at the time of receiving it.
My point is, in America, you could do that. I could hand you $100 million, and you could become a billionaire too. Okay. You don't have to be a certain race or a certain religion or a certain ethnicity to go from a millionaire to a billionaire. Anyone could get.
I get your point. I just think it's chasing rainbows. I got to move it on, Maga Reacts. Thank you.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Pleasure as always.
Always. And I like I said, I don't totally disagree with him that it may be a little bit of it may be slightly easier in America to get wealthy than in other countries. But I did give my reason. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that the more you start accumulating wealth in this country, our laws are favorable to you keeping it, as opposed to in other countries where they may make you share the money. I've never came close to being wealthy. I've been fairly middle class at one point when I was owning properties. And I'll tell you, I started noticing how much shit I could claim and the tax system got. I mean, even for me at my small level, with my minor amounts of success, I started noticing differences. The further up you get, the better it gets. I mean, so our system is designed to benefit the wealthy. I don't think that the systems in Western Europe and other free countries, they're not as favorable. That's why it's easier for somebody to become wealthy in this country, because we don't care as much about the poor. Those countries do. They're going to make you share some of your blessings with other members of society. America doesn't care about the poor like that. So yeah, there is a reason behind it. Looking in the comments, I also trust the money being in private hands versus government. And I've obviously I have an adverse feeling about private sector versus government as well. I think there's plenty of government waste. There's plenty of government corruption, but I don't believe that if you go to the private sector, you're going to escape that stuff. There is also plenty of waste in the private sector, and there is plenty of corruption. The United Health CEO is a perfect example of greed, corruption, and just bad shit in the private sector. The for-profit prisons is another example of corruption in the private sector. You're not going to escape that. This is something the right always talks about. We need to get away from big government and go to the private. Well, I believe there should be a healthy mix of it. You don't let either side roam free. And in America, we have started getting closer and closer to letting the private sector roam free, particularly when it comes to protecting the average everyday worker. The protections for the average everyday worker are getting less and less and less and less. And the private sector are really enjoying the benefits, and they're running over the American worker. That's why the minimum wage hasn't changed, and their benefits are getting less and less. They went from pensions, went from 401ks to 401ks. They used to have guaranteed money upon retirement. Now they got to gamble in the stock market. And a lot of the companies that they work for don't even contribute to 401ks anymore. You got companies that nowadays you can work 30 years for a company and they don't contribute nothing to your retirement. Nothing. You'll be lucky if they even manage a 401k. And then if they do, you can't even be for sure they're managing that properly. So you're actually putting your money in the 401k they managing, and you might lose. They didn't used to deal with that back in the day. You work 30 years, you got a pension. It's gotten to the point now where there is zero incentive, almost no incentive at all to work for the same company for 20, 30 years. There's just nothing to get. You used to get seniority and retirement. All of that stuff is negotiable. All of that stuff is negotiable now. There's just no incentive to be loyal to any employer anymore. It's kind of a free-for-all. Anyhow, looking in the comments before I move it up, Trump, you creating generational wealth. Tim, I saw your comment there, First Watch. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate 47,000. I got to step away for a nature break, if you know what I mean. But I do appreciate that some of you folks that did tap the screen. I think that says 47,000 likes. Let me put on my spectacles. I didn't ask you to tap the screen recently. 47,000. Thank you. Appreciate that. Pick a lane. Say, I'm trying to do that. Real quick in the comments. What does that says? Money. Elon money is an American real estate, American car. Yeah. And that's the thing, too. One of the things I keep saying about the negatives of capitalism is that, like me and my last caller went back and forth for quite a while. Everything in America is based upon, money. Our life expectancy is less than most of our allies. Our children are not doing as well in schools. Our overall quality of life is not as good. The crime in this country is higher than it is in most first world countries. But hey, you can get richer here, so all is well. That's what I'm talking about. We focus too much on money. Up to the point where even the fact that you may die sooner is not that important. But I can get richer here. There's other shit that matters. There's this other shit that should matter. In America, you can be dying of cancer, estranged from your kids, divorced from your wife, but if you got a good bank account, they call you successful. That's literally like all it takes to be viewed favorably in America is to have money. We are a money-hungry country. I really say that. With confidence. We are a money-hungry country. As long as you're making money, the rest be damned. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I do got to step away as always. I appreciate the likes. Thank you. Catch you guys tomorrow. And the same applies for my YouTube audiences. Thank you, folks, for tuning in. Got to step away. Nature is calling. See ya.